The commercial is over. May we have your attention? Welcome to the third day of the 22nd ICT conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Glad you're all here, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I want to remind the audience to take your headphones because the sessions are going to be both in English and in Hebrew. I would like to, I see the introduction has already been made of Ambassador Mark Regev, the head of our Abba Iban Institute. I would also like to recognize in the audience the distinguished I would also like to recognize in the audience, before I introduce the Honorable James Cleverly, I would like to recognize in the audience members of the British delegation of the British Police Force who are here in the audience. DAC Lawrence Taylor, Deputy Assistant Commissioner, Metropolitan Police of the United Kingdom. Mr. Graham Ellis, National CT Exercise Team, Homeland Security Group, Home Office, UK. Mr. Andy Harding, Strategic Manager, Less Lethal Weapons and Counter Drones, National Police Chiefs Council of the United Kingdom. Minister, I would like to tell you that your delegation from Great Britain did a sterling and outstanding job here, representing and discussing the security issues of the United Kingdom at this conference. And I would say that their exchange of information between the experts at ICT and the various countries around this world will keep UK citizens safer, Israeli citizens safer, and citizens around the world safer. And we saw your headline today in the Jerusalem Post regarding Iran, so we know that you get it, and that's very important. And now, it is my honor to welcome the Honorable James Cleverly, Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Affairs of the United Kingdom. James Cleverly was appointed Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Affairs on the 6th of September 2022. James was previously Secretary of State for Education from July 2022 to September 2022. Before that, James was Minister of State for Europe and North America in the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office, FCDO, from February to July 2022. He was also Minister for Middle East, North Africa, and North America from September 2020 to February 2022. James was first appointed as a Joint Minister of State for Middle East and North Africa in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Department for International Development on the 13th of February 2020. James was Minister without portfolio from July 2019 to February 2020. And Parliamentary Undersecretary of State at the Department for Exiting the European Union from April 2019 to July 2019. He was first elected as the Conservative MP for Braintree in May of 2015. Thank you for coming to Israel. Thank you for coming to this conference. And thank you, United Kingdom, for being a loyal and good friend of the State of Israel.
Gosh, thank you for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. After such a glowing introduction, I'm tempted not to actually say anything and to go out on a high. But look, thank you very much for those kind words, Jonathan, of introduction. And more importantly, thank you for inviting me to speak with you here today. This summit, the work that this summit is doing, is incredibly important, not just to your country, not just to the region, but of course also to the United Kingdom, and frankly, by extension, to the wider world, because countering terrorism, sadly, remains as much of a challenge today as it did when this university first dedicated an institute to focus on it just before the turn of this century. Yesterday, those of you in the room joined countless others across the world remembering the tragic events of 9/11. It's in some ways hard to believe that that was 22 years ago. But at that terrible time, almost 3,000 people, Americans and of course others, lost their lives at the hands of a brutal, vicious, unprovoked terrorist attack. There were 67 British nationals who died on that day, and 5 Israelis were also amongst those who lost their lives. And it was one of those events, I am sure, where all of us remember exactly what we were doing when we saw the news. I remember I was in the commercial world, I was in the publishing industry, I was a sales guy, sold advertising in the publishing industry. And I worked on a big open plan sales floor in Soho, full of buzz, full of energy, full of excitement. And I came back from lunch and came up through the lift, came out onto the sales floor, big open plan sales floor, silence. The sales floor was almost completely deserted. And our sales director had a glass-walled office right in the center of the sales floor so that he could keep an eye on all the hard-working salespeople during the day. And his office was rammed with people all staring at a television. And I remember going in and saying, what's going on, what's going on? And someone saying, oh, there's been this terrible accident, a plane has hit a tower block in New York. And I said, well, you know, what is it? You know, some light aircraft, some kind of, what was going on here? And someone said, no, the news says apparently it's a jetliner. And of course, with all the lack of information and self-confidence that someone of my age then could muster, I said, that doesn't happen. Commercial aircraft don't fly into tower blocks. They have flight plans. That just doesn't happen. And I was in the middle of a heated argument about how that doesn't happen when we all watched live the second aircraft hit the second tower, and all of us fell silent, and I felt numb. And the feeling has never left me. And I think even at that point, before fully understanding the implications of what happened, I realized that that event changed the world and changed it forever. It is seared into our collective consciousness. And it was emblematic, it remains emblematic of the savage era of terrorism, ranging from highly organized attacks at one end of the spectrum through to what sometimes feel almost to be random acts of violence perpetrated by individuals who have been radicalized, whether online or in their communities, and of course every kind of threat in between. I was born and brought up in London. And like all Londoners, I remember, again, seared into my memory exactly what I was doing, exactly where I was, exactly what I was thinking when I heard about London's 7/7 bombing attacks, where 52 innocent victims met their death at the hands of Islamist terrorists. And of course, terrorists, we know, pursue a range of goals, and they operate across the world. And their terrible attacks have plagued the lives of people across this region for decades. The sad truth is that violent attacks like this are nothing new to you and the people of this region. Only a few months ago, the UK and Israel were sadly united in grief following the horrific murder of British Israeli citizens Lucy, Maya, and Rena D. And I've had the opportunity to meet with Rabbi D on a number of occasions, and his stoicism and strength is a genuine wonder to behold. But as everybody here knows, that is sadly not an isolated incident. It wasn't an isolated incident. And over time, the threats we face have evolved. But so, of course, has our response. And by acting together, by acting internationally, We have been able to reduce, although sadly not eliminate, the threat of terrorism, and our collective work and cooperation has saved countless lives. Terrorist networks are more fragmented than they have been previously. Most organized terrorist groups focus their activity now on whipping up discontent and anger and grooming others to act on their behalf. They target individuals who are already present in countries and try to encourage them to act violently on their behalf. But even if the terrorists' approach has changed, the fundamental challenge sadly remains the same. Terrorists still have capacity, serious capacity to do us harm, and they are constantly looking for gaps in our defenses that they can exploit. Their methods, of course, have changed, have mutated, but their twisted logic remains timeless, whether it be Daesh or Hamas or extreme right-wing terrorists or revolutionary Marxists. They all insist that their political goals matter more than the lives of their innocent victims. They, as well as their stooges, accomplices, and apologists, insist that their anger justifies the spilling of other people's blood. And that is sadly why they are so callous in their disregard for the sanctity of human life. That's why their logic stands in direct, glaring opposition to our values. And that is why the UK is unequivocal in condemning all acts of terrorism. And we have stood by Israel's side in the face of attacks this year and in the past, and we will continue to do so in the future. In the UK, we have just proscribed the Wagner Group, whose attacks against the heroic people of Ukraine seek to advance Russia's political cause and whose brutal actions across the continent of Africa have caused widespread harm and horror there. And we call upon the whole international community to hunt the terrorists down, to bring them to justice and create a world where terrorists find no support. Because to tackle terrorism, we need the full range of tools. And the strongest of those, the most fundamental of those, is strong relationships. And I am delighted, genuinely delighted. And one of the reasons I am here this week is to celebrate and publicize and shout about the strong bilateral relationship that the UK has with Israel. And earlier this year, you celebrated the 75th anniversary of your modern, your most modern, what's the word I'm looking for? Independent. The 70th anniversary of your most modern incarnation. And Foreign Minister Eli Cohen and I signed a bilateral roadmap to strengthen our close strategic partnership. And I am delighted that we are now also negotiating an upgraded trade agreement, that our tech hub has facilitated hundreds of innovative partnerships. And some of you in this room, I know, are aware of this. Many of you will not be aware that Israel supplies 1 in 7 of all medicines used in my country's National Health Service. So thank you for that as well. But I think nothing better illustrates our partnership than the work that we do together to keep our peoples safe. And I was incredibly impressed just a few minutes ago, immediately prior to coming here, to be shown Israel's Iron Dome defense capabilities, which have made such a vital contribution in saving lives. And developing and deploying such capabilities is one way that Israel has been able to defend herself. But of course, as famous and as visible as that is, it is not the only part of Israel's defense. Quieter, more discreet, sometimes invisible intelligence officers, police officers, diplomats, those who are tackling illicit finance flows, those who analyze and try and disrupt radicalization online, all have an incredibly important role to play. Often, as I say, unseen, but nevertheless essential. And of course, much of this work, the majority of this work, relies on close cooperation, both bilaterally between the UK and Israel, and also as part of a network of other partners. And I pay tribute to all those striving in both our countries, day in and day out, to identify and stop those who would do us harm and undermine the democracies in which we both live. And sadly, it is not only terrorist groups who have this goal. These groups, as you well know, have enablers in the region. The Iranian regime has publicly and regularly called for the destruction of the state of Israel, something that the UK would never countenance. They transfer weapons around the region. They fund terrorist groups such as Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and these groups that attempt to rain death and destruction on the people of Israel. They fire rockets into civilian areas. They target children and civilian infrastructure. They stab and they shoot innocent people of all faiths, of all nationalities, of all ethnicities, people who are doing nothing more than going about their daily lives in your extraordinary country. And Iran refuses to take responsibility for their complicity in these attacks. But we, in the UK, are under no illusion at all about Iran's malign role. And just as our strategic partnership means working together to stop terrorist groups, so too must we counter Iran's destabilizing actions in the region. But we must also be careful to avoid a council of despair, because there have been so many wonderful, positive developments in this region. Because last year, for example, in the Negev summit, building on the 2020 Abraham Accords, we saw light, we saw positivity. And just this weekend, Israeli officials took their place at a UN meeting hosted in Saudi Arabia, alongside other delegations from around the world. I hope, we all hope, that the next steps in Israel's, in the normalizing of Israel's relationships with its neighbors will carry us even further forward and even further along the path to sustainable, long-term peace in this region. And we fully support the summit process, as well as all efforts to build regional architecture based on peaceful coexistence, greater understanding, and closer cooperation. And we will work with all of those to build on what has been achieved so far in pursuit of that sustainable peace. Because this will not only help us beat those terrorists that I spoke about, but it will also help us defend ourselves against the hidden backers of those terrorists. And on that subject, we must beware, we must be increasingly aware of the military cooperation between Iran and Russia, most clearly illustrated by Iran's wholesale provision of Jihad drones to the Russian military. And that is why all those, like the UK, that oppose Iran must do everything we can to help the Ukrainians as they defend themselves. And as we try to enhance regional cooperation, we cannot, of course, ignore the Israel-Palestinian conflict. You will know that I feel there is no justification, there can be no excuse for the targeting of civilians. But we do not need to share or endorse the twisted logic of terrorists to understand that a two-state solution is the best, perhaps the only route to a genuinely sustainable peace in the region. Tomorrow marks the 30th anniversary of the signing of the Oslo Accords, and this year we also celebrated the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday agreements. Both were moments of hope. Neither was straightforward or easy to negotiate. Both required courage, imagination, perseverance, and demanded all sides to show the same quality to deliver lasting peace. In Northern Ireland, the shadow of terrorism has not completely gone, and of course the troubles were not the same as the situation here. But what that example does show me is that the first step is always the hardest. And it is only by reconciling with those with whom reconciliation seemed unthinkable can peace prevail. And so that first step would be for all sides, Israelis and Palestinians, to recommit and to demonstrate unequivocal support for a two-state solution. And it means that both sides must crack down on activities that flame violence and spread racism and hate. And that's why we come back here to the sanctity of human life. And of course, we do need to make sure that there is a respect for law, and I know that is something which I've been able to discuss here with the Israeli ministers, and I commend Israel's taking of legal action against those settlers who have perpetrated violence. And of course, we will always stand by Israel's right to self-defense. And the right to self-defense belongs, of course, exclusively to Israel's security forces who operate within the line of international law. And you should know that I will make the same point, the strong point, when I meet with the leadership of the Palestinian Authority. And I will make it clear that rather than spreading disgusting anti-Semitic tropes and outrageous distortions of history, they should be clear in their denouncement of violence. They should be clear that there is no acceptance for brutality and terrorism. They should be clear there is no excuse to target Israelis, particularly Israeli civilians. Because that is the only way that peace is possible, the only way for peace to be sustainable, for Israelis and Palestinians to come together and to work together and to fulfill the aspirations and hope that underpinned the Oslo Accords. And I am not naive, and I know that these are incredibly challenging goals and that they are exceptionally difficult. But I've also seen this country firsthand. I've read much of this country's history. And one of the things that has always amazed and impressed me about Israel is Israel's ability to seemingly do the impossible, to survive in the face of seemingly overwhelming odds. The 75 years of your continued existence is proof that this is a country that can do amazing things. You have stood as a beacon of liberal democracy in the Middle East. And you have proven to be a great friend and a valued partner to the United Kingdom. And that is why I am and will always be proud to be seen as a friend of Israel. Now, those of you who have known me speak publicly before will understand the limitations of my ability to speak foreign languages. It is famously poor. My Hebrew, it says here, my Hebrew is limited. That's a generous interpretation. But my good wishes to this country are sincere. My Hebrew is going to be severe. I'm building you up to this. But my good wishes are as sincere as they are heartfelt. And I've been trying to avoid this moment, but give me a traditional Israeli warmth for my terrible Hebrew. Shana Tova v'Hag Shamash. Toda Rabba. Is that right?
Thank you very much for your morale-boosting presentation to our conference. After that speech, we can feel very good, I think. Can't we, General? General Gilad says yes. I agree with him. Okay. It's now my pleasure to present Tor Wennesland, who serves as the United Nations Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process after a long diplomatic beginning at the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Prior to this, he was Norway's special envoy to the Middle East peace process and chaired the ad hoc liaison committee. He served as Norway's representative to the Palestine Authority and as ambassador to Egypt and Libya. Wennesland was also instrumental in establishing transboundary water agreements for the Euphrates and Jordan River bases. Mr. Wennesland, the floor is yours. And we hope you can raise our morale the same way that the British Foreign Minister did. We would love to hear that. Thank you.
Well, it's a hard act to follow. But thank you for inviting me. It's an honor. I'm very impressed by the work that is going on in your institute, the way you foster a broad-based dialogue on terrorism and anti-terrorism activity. And I think we should remind ourselves about the sneaky feeling of numbness that will always hit someone who's exposed to terrorism. Thank you. I'm saying this based on my own experience, and I must say that there is very little that is hitting me straight in the stomach, literally, as when we are faced with a blatant terrorist attack in this area, and it hits me every time. So what can we do about it? You know very well that the UN system is a very soft component that can be and should be applied in a situation where we have unsettled conflicts, blatantly organized terrorist activity supported regionally, organized on the ground here, whether in Gaza or at the West Bank, and lavishly funded from outside and from inside. So, as a representative of UN here, I would just remind that the Secretary General is holding a very, very tight line on terrorism. He is emphasizing that terrorism preys on local and national vulnerabilities and the instability of political economics and security systems, adding that poverty, inequalities, and social exclusion give terrorism fuel. I think it's a very important perspective put forward by the Secretary General. But let me add that general unsettled situations on the ground doesn't provide any excuse for terror attacks at all. And I want to make it very clear that I'm not going to put forward analysis of how to deal with the political environment here and say that if this or that is happening, terror won't appear. Because as James said, it's a twisted logic by people that would use whatever is available as an explanation and excuse for terrible acts of violence. Last year, when I was here, I talked quite a lot about Gaza and the Gaza dynamics. I will do more on the West Bank this time. But let me start with Gaza, because it's still with us and it's still fragile, whatever is being done. Let's first have a look at what is being done in Gaza. What is being done that has changed dynamic inside Gaza, first of all, are a set of measures that has been implemented by the government of Israel. The issue about allowing some 20,000 people to work in Israel, coming out of Gaza after security checks, is bringing significant money into the Strip and to the families of those who have the permits, and is creating a dynamic whereby the total amount of money carried into Gaza by the workers allowed to come out and work in Israel is the same amount as the total budget of UNRWA in Gaza on an annual basis. It's significant. It is 300 million shekel a month. Why am I saying this? Because there is one way of pushing back on those who control the Strip. It is by some measures carefully adapted and designed that can give people a chance inside that they wouldn't otherwise have. I have been arguing very clearly for a further reopening of Gaza for many reasons. First of all, I mean, since I'm coming from Oslo, and since I started my work just before we signed Oslo II on this file, when Oslo was signed, there were 980,000 people living in Gaza. Now there are 2.2. And Gaza hasn't been becoming bigger. Half of the people living there is below 16. So the situation we have there is actually that more than 1 million of kids is being kept hostile, or they're being imprisoned and kept with reduced possible life expectancy because of some very cynical way of controlling the Strip. So when I'm arguing the case for opening more, we have a strong case. It is the actual ability of Israel to control that gradual opening that can settle Gaza back to something that is more normal, and it's needed to be done. More trade, more export, more on the economic side, but keep control. Because the most stupid thing I know is if you recommend measures that somehow up the risk as if that risk is not existing. And I'm not going to go that line as UN at all. But still we need money into the system there. I mean, come on. After the war in 21, in May, the UN has provided and facilitated a capital inflow in support of electricity production and outreach to poorer family that amounts to $550 million from when we started up until now. If that hadn't happened, we wouldn't have had the same chance to turn on the light in Gaza, which is smart, and to provide support for needy families. And I can tell you, we haven't had one single incidence of those receiving that money that shouldn't have had it. Because we have a system of doing that sort of monitoring, so money is not falling down in the wrong pockets. But if we take, in the Gaza of today, away all these measures, then I can assure you one thing. There is a plan A very clear by those who are running the strip to escalate the situation very fast in order to create further disturbances. Let's have no illusion whatsoever. So the undermining of the support system we have as UN in Gaza, as the international community in Gaza, is creating instability and will be used as an excuse to destabilize the situation further. West Bank. I have never seen the West Bank as it is at the moment, ever. I have been in and out here for almost 30 years, and I haven't seen it worse. I haven't seen the fabric of society at the West Bank falling apart the way it's doing at the moment. And there is a very negative dynamics inside the whole Palestinian community. And when it comes to the relationship between Palestinians living at the West Bank and their own authority. It's a massive thing to reset this, and it won't happen fast. But the very fact that the trust in the relationship in a society is as fragile as it is at the West Bank today is a massive security problem. The politics is very dangerous at the West Bank now. If you then add a couple of other spices into it, a couple of other components into it, we end up where we are today. I am not fully able to understand the very significant uptick in the availability of very sophisticated weapons that are around all over the West Bank, not in the hands of the Palestinian security forces, but of organized groups, either connected to Hamas or Islamic Jihad or others, or more ragtag things as we had in Nablus, carrying weapons and sophisticated equipment that quite few of the Palestinian security forces have available themselves. So there has been a systematic inflow of these things at the West Bank. It has been targeted to specific groups. They have been trained and they are well funded. And they are organized in such a way to create massive disturbances along two lines. One is to further undermine the PA and the Palestinian security system on the ground. Another one is blatant and proactive attack on Israel. Either as terrorist attacks in the streets of Israel, as we have seen in growing and terribly growing numbers, not only in Israel's cities, but also against Israeli civilians at the West Bank. For me, I mean, if a serious security coordination cannot be established, and it needs to be, this problem will continue. I know there is serious attempts to have that coordination, but it doesn't really fully work. And we see that in the streets of the West Bank, and we see it in the perpetual conflict zones that are now all over the place, even in places we consider to be safe and sound and quiet, like Jericho. It's affecting life of civilians. I know people are very scared in Israel. I can assure you, people are very scared at the West Bank as well, because the whole trajectory of this dynamic. What is the way to deal with it? I mean, I agree with James that it takes a different degree of political leadership and courage than we have on the Palestinian side at the moment. It takes more. And it takes more in the sense that you have to draw some lines of principles whereby when things are going off the rack, you have to stand up and push back on it from the political system, also on the Palestinian side. That does not happen. It is a very difficult thing for me as UN to see this happening, but it's a fact. What I do see is a growing focus on the Israeli side relating to a particular trend of violence that has been ramped up significantly and very dangerously by Israeli settlers in areas at the West Bank. And I must say that I really welcome the very clear statement made by the IDF Chief of Staff, the head of the ISA, and the Israeli police chief on that thing. And the fact that these people are brought to justice in a proper way. They are well organized, and I can assure you, they are very dangerous. But there is a willingness to address it. And it's clear and it's stated, and I welcome that to happen. But I would say the following. I mean, unless this is becoming a part of a real drive to stabilize the West Bank, we will end up in a continuous quagmire, as we have seen in many places. And nobody is spared. I mean, I had a very high-level American civil servant in my office the other day who were run after by a group of armed settlers at the visits he had at the West Bank, organized by the American embassy on the ground. And she was clearly shaken and disturbed by what was happening. I also welcome the statement done by the Israeli cabinet on the 9th of July, where it was said that the cabinet would, quote, prevent collapse of the Palestinian Authority, unquote. If that is a plan, and I want to kind of take that as a given and as a said, there need to be more in the bag than security measures. Security measures alone won't make it. So that bag will have to contain elements of economy and financing. What the UN will do in this current situation is that we will try to move our resources so we can make a contribution in areas of high conflict at the West Bank. It means in the cities, in Area A. It means around the camps where we have a Palestinian flashpoint. And it means providing services that otherwise would not be available. We are in the midst of doing that because we believe that the UN system can do something on ground at the West Bank, as we have done in Gaza over a long period of time, but in particular and upgraded so after 21 escalation. So again, let me conclude by saying the following. The contacts the UN has with your security system, with your politicians, and with your experts is a very important part of conducting work in a proper way for the UN. I thank you for inviting me here.
The following session will be held in Hebrew. את הפאנל הבא, המוקדש לזכרו של סגן אלוף אייל רגוניס, זיכרונו לברכה, נקדיש לשיח בנושא איומי הביטחון על ישראל בעת הזו. אני מתכבדת להזמין את חברי הפאנל הנכבדים, רב אלוף במילואים משה בוגי יעלון, אשר כיהן כסגן ראש הממשלה, כשר הביטחון, חבר הקבינט המדיני-ביטחוני ושר לנושאים אסטרטגיים, היה חבר כנסת מטעם הליכוד, כחול לבן ויושב ראש תלם, בבקשה. כמובן, כיהן כרמטכ"ל ה-17 של צה"ל, וכיהן בתפקידי לחימה, פיקוד ומטה בכירים. שלום. חבר הכנסת והשר לשעבר עומר בר-לב, כיהן כשר לביטחון פנים מטעם מפלגת העבודה, וכן חבר כנסת. בשירותו הצבאי כיהן כמפקד סיירת מטכ"ל, ואנחנו מכבדים אותו. אלוף במילואים אהרון זאבי פרקש, ראש אמ"ן לשעבר, מומחה בתחום הביטחון, הצבא והמודיעין. במהלך שירותו בצה"ל שירת במגוון תפקידים, בין היתר היה ראש אמ"ן, מפקד יחידה 8200 וראש אגף טכנולוגיה ולוגיסטיקה. האלוף במילואים עמוס גלעד, ראש המכון למדיניות ואסטרטגיה, כאן באוניברסיטת רייכמן ויושב ראש כנס הרצליה, לפני כניסתו לתפקיד הנוכחי. עמוס היה יותר מ3 עשורים בצה"ל ובמערכת הביטחון, בין השאר ראש האגף המדיני-ביטחוני במשרד הביטחון, וכיהן גם כראש חטיבת המחקר ומתאם פעולות הממשלה בשטחים. האלוף במילואים גרשון הכהן, כיהן בתפקידים בכירים בצה"ל, ביניהם מפקד עוצבת גש, מפקד המכללות הצבאיות, מפקד הגיס הצפוני, מפקד קורס מפקדי אוגדות ומפקד הגיס המטכ"לי. שלום לכל האורחים הנכבדים. בטרם אנחנו נתחיל את השיח שלנו, אני מתכבדת להזמין את רב אלוף במילואים משה בוגי יעלון, לומר מספר מילים לזכרו של אייל רגוניס, סגן אלוף אייל רגוניס, זיכרונו לברכה. עליו פיקד במבצע לחיסולו של אבו ג'יהאד על ידי סיירת מטכ"ל.
בוקר טוב, שמח להיות כאן וקודם כל לברך את האכסניה על הכנס החשוב הזה שאנחנו נפגשים בו מדי שנה. הפעם הכנס מוקדש לשבתאי שביט, זכרו לברכה, ואי אפשר לעמוד על הבמה הזאת בלי להזכיר אותו. יצא כאן ללא מעט אנשים בפאנל לעבוד עם שבתאי, לי יצא לעבוד איתו עוד כשהייתי בסיירת מטכ"ל והוא מפקד האגף המבצעי במוסד, כסגן ראש המוסד, אחר כך בפעולה שהוזכרה כאן, הצגת תכלית, אבו ג'יהאד בתוניס, ויותר מאוחר עבדנו ביחד כשהוא ראש המוסד ואני ראש אמ"ן. איש יש לו זכויות רבות מאוד בביטחון מדינת ישראל, בעיקר איש עם הרבה ניסיון מבצעי שהיה קל לעבוד איתו בנושאים המבצעיים, ואכן תרומתו מאוד חשובה. חבל על דאבדין ולא משתכחין, יהי זכרו ברוך. אייל רגוניס היה קצין המודיעין שלי בסיירת מטכ"ל. הגדרנו אותו ומגדירים אותו עד היום כקצין מודיעין אולטימטיבי. הכרתי אותו כשפיקדתי על סיירת צנחנים, והיו לי 3 מש"קים, מש"קי מודיעין מבצעיים, לא היה קצין מודיעין בסיירת. 3 המשיכו בדרכים שונות לתרום לביטחון המדינה. האחד, חבר הכנסת יואב סגלוביץ', שפעל והתקדם במשטרה, והיום חבר כנסת. השני, אלום יותר, פחות מוכר, דני לנצמן, שהתקדם במוסד לתפקידים בכירים בתחום המודיעין. והשלישי, אייל רגוניס. כשאני מקבל את התפקיד, מפקד סיירת מטכ"ל, לי ברור שאני רוצה את אייל לידי. הוא כבר המשיך אחרי שהוא היה רב"ט אצלי בסיירת צנחנים, קצין מודיעין גדודי בחטיבת הצנחנים, קמ"ן חטיבת הצנחנים. אני רציתי אותו, משום שהכרתי אותו כאיש יסודי, סקרן, מקצועי, איש הפרטים הקטנים, ואנחנו יודעים להגיד שהניצחון, ההצלחה הם בפרטים הקטנים. ואכן היה קושי להביא אותו, משום שאייל השתחרר, ופנה לאדריכלות, סלע אנדרומדה, פרויקט ביפו, שהוא היה אדריכל של הפרויקט, וסירב לחזור לשירות קבע. השקעתי שעות בביתו, בראשון לציון, בית ציוני, עם ההורים ראיה וחיים, זכרם לברכה, לא מעט מהמשפחה אנחנו מכירים מהשירות הצבאי, האחרון שהגיע לדרגת תת-אלוף, ועוז ואדיר, ואייל סירב. לשמחתי המשפחה סייעה לי, כאשר הבינו את חשיבות המשימה, אייל השתכנע ונהניתי ממנו מכל רגע. למעשה, אייל ביחידה תרם תרומה מאוד משמעותית. זה לא רק המבצע בתוניס, אבו ג'יהאד, שבו בסופו של דבר אמרתי בסיום המבצע, כשנכנסתי לבית שלא ביקרתי בו קודם, חשתי כאילו אני לא פעם ראשונה שם, משום שאייל ביסודיות שלו אסף את המודיעין עם הפרטים הכי קטנים, על מדרגות, על חדרים, על מרתף, בנה מודל כמו שאדריכל יודע, לבנות כנראה, ולכן כולנו הרגשנו שם שהשטח מוכר לנו. אבל זה היה הרבה מעבר לזה, פעילות מורכבת. אני למשל החלטתי בקבלת הפיקוד על הסיירת לנסות להביא מה שנקרא נכסים מלבנון. הראשון שהבאנו, מבצע ששוב, אייל היה קמ"ן שלו, ג'וואד כספי, דרג ביניים בחיזבאללה, הבאנו אותו באור יום מהחממה שלו באזור תבנית לשטחנו. הוא לא שפך אור על רון ארד, שמבחינתנו היה היעד העיקרי, אבל בהחלט שפך אור על אירוע קשה אחר, שבו נשארו גופותיהם של פינק ואלשיך בידי חיזבאללה בלבנון, וזה אפשר לנו גם להביא את גופותיהם ארצה. ואחר כך המבצעים האחרים שהתחילו לקרום עור וגידים, קייס עובד, בסוף גם מוסטפא דיראני, זה כבר אחרי תקופתנו, אבל בכל אופן, הישגים מאוד חשובים לביטחון, כתוצאה מזה שאמרתי קצין מודיעין אולטימטיבי, סקרן, יסודי, ידען, ולא פחות חשוב, בעל אומץ לב אינטלקטואלי, לעמוד מול כאלה שמעליו, כולל אני, ודאי ראשי ממשלה, שר ביטחון או רמטכ"ל, כשצריך להציג מבצע, לעמוד על דעתו ובעצם לשכנע. יהי זכרו ברוך.
תודה רבה. אז שלום לחברי הפאנל הנכבדים, אנחנו רוצים לדבר על איומי הביטחון של ישראל, כמובן גם בזירות החיצוניות וגם בזירה הפנימית. אנחנו מנהלים את הפאנל הזה תוך כדי דיון מקביל שמתנהל בבית המשפט העליון, וכמובן שאי אפשר להתעלם, אבל בואו נתחיל קודם כל ברשותכם, ב5 דקות דברי פתיחה של כל אחד מכם על הערכת המצב שלו לגבי איומי הביטחון על ישראל. בבקשה, מר יעלון.
כששואלים אותי בעיקר אנשים זרים לגבי אתגרי הביטחון של מדינת ישראל, אני אומר להם, אם זה בדקה, זה עדיין הסירוב של לא מעט גורמים במזרח התיכון להכיר בזכותה של מדינת ישראל להתקיים כמדינה יהודית. כשברקע אפשר לדבר על החלק המלא של הכוס, מדינה שהרבה גורמים במזרח התיכון לא קיץ 70 והלאה יחסים אסטרטגיים, 24 שנים לפני הטקס בערבה, אחר כך סאדאת בעקבות מלחמת יום הכיפורים עם מצרים 79, ובשנים האחרונות הסכמי אברהם שעוד לא הושלמו, ודיברו ברקע גם על ערב הסעודית, אבל בעצם אין סכסוך ישראלי-ערבי לטעמי, למרות שעדיין כמה זירות פתוחות כמו סוריה, יש סכסוך ישראלי-פלסטיני, וזה החלק המלא מאוד של הכוס. מבחינה צבאית, האיום הקונבנציונלי למדינת ישראל פחת באופן מאוד משמעותי. מנגד, אנחנו מתמודדים גם עם השאיפה לאיום גרעיני, איראן בראש סדר העדיפויות, כרגע שומעים קולות מערב הסעודית, נושא שהוא על הפרק, כן תהיה להם יכולת העשרה, לא תהיה יכולת העשרה, מה שעלול להביא למרוץ חימוש גרעיני במזרח התיכון, אם זה יקרה, להערכתי, ערב הסעודית לא תישאר לבד, מצרים מדברת, טורקיה מדברת, גם ירדן אומרת כל מיני דברים, והאיום העיקרי הוא בעצם התת-קונבנציונלי, טרור, רקטות, זה שמכוון בעיקר לפגוע ביכולת העמידה הישראלית. אם אני מסתכל על האיום הקונבנציונלי, מה שעמד למבחן במלחמות שבחלקן השתתפתי, כמו מלחמת יום הכיפורים, זה כוח המחץ הצבאי. גיוס מילואים רחב, כל הצבא מגויס, מאז מלחמת יום הכיפורים לא נדרשנו לזה, לא במלחמות לבנון, לא בסבבים מול עזה, אבל מצד שני מה שעומד למבחן זה יכולת העמידה של החברה הישראלית. זה גם רקטות, זה גם טילים לעורף, וזה גם טרור. ובעצם אויבינו השתכנעו שעוצמתנו הצבאית איננה ניתנת להתגברות שלהם, ומנסים להחליש את יכולת עמידתנו דרך פגיעה מכוונת באזרחים, לעקוף את הצבא ולפגוע באזרחים. אני מעריך שזה ילווה אותנו גם בשנים הקרובות. אני מעריך שנצטרך להתמודד בניסיון למנוע יכולת גרעינית צבאית מאיזשהו גורם עוין כלפינו, בדגש על איראן, אבל עלולה להתפתח פה בהחלט מרוץ חימוש גרעיני. ומהבחינה הזאת, כשמדברים על יכולת עמידה של חברה, וזה מה שעומד למבחן, פחות כוח המחץ של הצבא, שהוא חשוב להרתעה, אלא יכולת העמידה של הציבור, הרבה מרכיבים רכים שמעסיקים אותנו עכשיו בפנים, עומדים למבחן. שאלות של אמונה בצדקת הדרך, אמר על זה בן גוריון בזמנו, גורל ישראל תלוי בכוחה וצדקתה. אלה דברים שבימים הללו, עם הוויכוח הפנימי, שאולי נרחיב בו אחר כך, עומדים למבחן. שאלת הלכידות הפנימית שלנו כחברה, למעשה בשורה התחתונה, אם אני צריך לסכם, אני חושש מאוד היום מהאיום הפנימי, יותר מאשר מהאיום החיצוני. אם אנחנו יכולים להגיד עד עכשיו, אין איום קיומי על מדינת ישראל מבחוץ, אם אנחנו נמשיך בדרך הרעה שהתחלנו בתקופה האחרונה בפנים, אנחנו עולים ליצור לעצמנו איום קיומי. תודה.
תודה. מר בר-לב.
עוד מעט צהריים טובים, אז באמת תודה שהזמנתם אותי. כמעט בהמשך לדבריו של בוגי, תראו, אם היינו עורכים את הכנס הזה לפני 15 שנה, אז הדיון היה בנושא האיום הביטחוני על מדינת ישראל, היה איראן, חיזבאללה, ג'יהאד, חמאס וכן הלאה. בעשור האחרון, קצת יותר מהעשור האחרון, בעצם יריית הפתיחה הייתה של הנאום המונומנטלי של הנשיא לשעבר, ריבלין, על 4 השבטים בחברה הישראלית. וזה לאו דווקא היה באותו נאום בהקשר בהכרח השלילי. אבל בעצם מאז ועד היום הקרעים בחברה הישראלית והקרעים הפנימיים בחברה הישראלית הפכו להיות שיחת היום, וכפי שאמר לפניי בוגי, אין ספק שהאיום הביטחוני על מדינת ישראל היום הם הרבה יותר הקרעים הפנימיים מאשר איומים החיצוניים. לא אומר שאין איומים חיצוניים, אבל זה המצב. עכשיו, כשאני מסתכל על מה קורה בחברה הישראלית, אז באמת קפיצת המדרגה המשמעותית שפתאום כולנו חטפנו לפנים, הפתעה אסטרטגית הייתה בשומר החומות, שפתאום מתברר שהמאבקים או המאבק בין אזרחי ישראל הערבים, כמובן לא כולם, לבין יתר אזרחי המדינה, הגיע לקיצוניות, ואני זוכר את אחת השיחות הראשונות שלי בתור השר לביטחון הפנים עם בני גנץ, שהיה שר לביטחון, שהוא אמר לי, ממש אחרי שומר חומות, שהוא חושש מהאיום הפנימי הרבה יותר מהאיום החיצוני. וזה הפך פחות או יותר ל-common knowledge. ואם אנחנו מסתכלים על החודשים האחרונים, אז כולנו כל בוקר קמים ושומעים את ספירת מספר הנרצחים בחברה הערבית, וזה הדבר שמטריד אותנו, וזה עוד סממן לאלימות בחברה הערבית. אבל אני אומר לכם שמה שאנחנו רואים בחברה הערבית זה רק קצה הקרחון. זה קצה הקרחון, ומי שחושב שאלימות נעצרת במקום מסוים, היא לא נעצרת והיא מגיעה לכל מקום, בוודאי אלימות פיזית, וכבר היום משפחות הפשע הערביות, חלקן חדרו למכרזים של משרד הביטחון, מאיימים ומאיימות על ראשי ערים וראשי יישובים ערבים, וזה לא יסתיים שם. זה לא יסתיים שם וזה לא יסתיים בערבים. ולכן, שאני מסתכל וחשבתי לפני הדיון הזה, מה באמת האיום הביטחוני הגדול ביותר על מדינת ישראל היום, ואולי אני אפתיע אתכם במה שאני הולך לומר, אפילו הפתעתי את עצמי שהגעתי למסקנה הזאת, האיום הביטחוני הגדול ביותר על מדינת ישראל, זה הלגיטימציה הגוברת והולכת בשימוש בכוח. מדינת ישראל 2023, בעיות פותרים בכוח. כל סוג של בעיה. אז כמובן היום אנחנו בדיון הקריטי בבית המשפט העליון על כיפופי הידיים שהרשות המבצעת והמחוקקת מנסות להוריד לרשות השופטת, אבל זה לא רק שם, זה מתחיל מהרציחות בחברה הערבית, דרך השימוש בכוח או בשררה שמוביל את זה ראש הממשלה, כולל כל עדי המדינה שסובבו אותו בשנים האחרונות, שהם עדי מדינה כי גם הם פושעים, והדוגמה האישית שהוא נותן לכל הסביבה. זה ממשיך בכנסת, ואני אומר לכם, אני הייתי בכנסת סדר גודל של 8 שנים, אחרי זה הייתי שר, אבל בתור חבר כנסת. וב8 שנים האלה, מהכנסת ה-19, הייתי ב5 כנסות, ההידרדרות בשיח, מכנסת לכנסת, באגרסיביות, באלימות המילולית, היא בלתי נתפסת. ואם לזה אני מוסיף את הדיונים בוועדות, שבעבר, עוד בכנסת ה-19, הכנסת הראשונה שהייתי, עוד היה אינטרס להגיע עם האופוזיציה להסכמות ובכל מיני חוקים, לעשות ויתורים כאלה ואחרים, בכנסות האחרות זה פשוט ברוט פורס. לנו יש רוב, ומה שאנחנו מחוקקים, ראינו את זה בשיא הקיצוניות הנורא בוועדת החוקה בחודשים האחרונים. לכן שאני מדבר ואני באמת מסתכל על האיום על ביטחון מדינת ישראל, זה הלגיטימציה בשימוש בכוח. מפלגה שקוראים לה עוצמה יהודית, שיחד עם המפלגת אחות שלה קיבלו 14 מנדטים, אומרת, מעבר לעליונות היהודית, אומרת, כוח, אנחנו נפתור בעיות בכוח. ולא אחד ולא שניים מאזרחי מדינת ישראל האמינו זה בזה ומאמינים בזה. גם חברי הכנסת הקיצוניים מהליכוד, שהם כבר לא כל כך קיצוניים, הם הממוצע של הליכוד, מדברים על כוח. יושב ראש הכנסת מאיים בריש גלי על בית המשפט העליון. יריב לוין, שר המשפטים, היום, במקביל לדיון בבית המשפט העליון, אני שמעתי את זה בדרך, מוציא הודעות כנגד החוסר לגיטימציה של בית המשפט העליון בכלל לדון בשאלה הזאת. ולכן שאני מדבר על הלגיטימציה בשימוש בכוח, זה בכל מדד. זה בכל מדד, כולל, שוב, אני לא הבאתי כאן סטטיסטיקה של מספר אירועי האלימות בחברה היהודית, בקרב יהודים. רק אתמול היה לנו שצעירים היכו צעיר אחר, אבל זה בכל מקום. כולנו זוכרים את אחד האירועים הקשים בחולון, שבן אדם חצה במעבר חצייה ונדקר למוות. הייתה קפיצה דרמטית באירועי הפשיעה בחברה הישראלית היהודית מיום הבחירות. עוד הייתי אחרי זה עוד חודש וחצי שר לביטחון פנים, אז הייתה לי את הסטטיסטיקה. פשוט הייתה קפיצה בדרך שפותרים בעיות בחברה הישראלית. ולכן בזה אני אסיים. אם אתם שואלים אותי מה האיום הביטחוני הגדול למדינת ישראל, זה הלגיטימציה ההולכת וגוברת, בוודאי ב8-9 חודשים האחרונים, שבעיות פותרים בכוח. אם זה כוח פיזי, אם זה כוח הרוב, אם זה כוח השררה, אם זה אלימות מילולית ואם זה איומים. תודה רבה.
תודה רבה. האלוף במילואים זאבי פרקש, בבקשה.
תודה שהזמנתם אותי. אני אנסה להיכנס לאיומים הביטחוניים שביקשתם שנדבר עליהם, אבל אני חייב להזכיר את הירידה של החשיבות של המזרח התיכון בעיני ארצות הברית. אני מדבר על המעטפת. ההתמודדות שמובילה את התחרות בין סין לבין ארצות הברית, שמעפילה על כל הדברים האחרים. המשבר הכלכלי העולמי לאחר הקורונה שמשפיע עלינו. האיומים הגלובליים כמובן, האקלים, המגפות, ההגירה, וכמובן החוסן והלכידות בתוך ישראל. עכשיו, אני חושב, ואני אעשה את זה ממוקד, אולי לחודש וחצי הקרוב, אולי עד לפתיחת דיון החורף של הכנסת ב-15 לאוקטובר. אני מבקש להזכיר בסוגיה הביטחונית 6 נקודות, כולל בתוך זה לנסות להבין טוב יותר גם את ההתראות שניתנו על ידי הרמטכ"ל וראש המוסד בעת הזו. אז הדבר הראשון זה המתיחות עם חיזבאללה, ובה אני מבקש להדגיש את המעורבות הגוברת של בכירים בחיזבאללה, בעיקר סלאח חרורי, בעידוד פיגועים ביהודה ושומרון. זה מוקד מרכזי שמרוכז בו מאמץ של גורמים חיצוניים, של חיזבאללה, של איראן, של החמאס, ממוקדים להוציא פיגועים בעיקר בשומרון. נקודה קריטית. נקודה שנייה שנוגעת לחיזבאללה, הקצנה בקו הלאומתי של חיזבאללה כלפי ישראל בעידוד איראני, ואנחנו רואים רק החשיפה של הימים האחרונים על המסלול שדה התעופה 20 קילומטר צפונית למטולה. זה מסוג הדברים שהולכים ומגבירים את המתיחות מולנו. הנקודה השנייה זה איראן, שנמצאת לדעתי במצב האסטרטגי והצבאי הטוב ביותר מזה שנים. עזות המצח שלה לתמוך ולהוציא לפועל פיגועי טרור. ראש המוסד קרא לזה טרור מדינתי. הברית המשגשגת עם רוסיה, כולל סיוע במכירת כטב"מים לרוסיה, כולל הכוונה למכור טילים ארוכי טווח וקצרי טווח, והחשש הכי גדול זה העברת מידע ואמצעים בתחום הגרעין. כור הגרעין בבושר, שהוא כור גרעין לאנרגיה, אנרגטי, הוא כולו מומן ובוצע על ידי הרוסים. הנקודה השלישית זה סין שמחזרת אחרי איראן. הסכמים כלכליים שלפי הפרסומים מעל $1 מיליארד, נחתמו רק בשנה האחרונה בין סין למדינות המזרח התיכון, שמאתרת את החלל הזה שדיברתי עליו, שארצות הברית רואה את האזור בעדיפות נמוכה יותר. סעודיה ומצרים מכירת נפט בעיקר, מוכרות נפט היום בעיקר לסין, השקעה סינית של מעל 8 ביליון דולר בתעלת סואץ. צריך להסתכל מה שקורה פה בתקופות שארצות הברית אמרה, אני רואה את המזרח התיכון בעדיפות יותר נמוכה, וסין רואה את התחרות אחרת כנראה מאשר עם ארצות הברית, מאשר ארצות הברית רואה. הנקודה הבאה זה תוכנית הגרעין. היא נמצאת היום, תוכנית הגרעין האיראנית, בשלב המתקדם ביותר. קרוב ל4 טון אורניום מועשר ברמה של 60%, 6-7 פצצות חומר בקיע מספיק, כמובן אם יעברו להעשרה של 90%, ל6-7 פצצות, ראש המוסד גם דיבר על זה. והסכנה הנוספת שארצות הברית מוכנה לשחרר נכסים מוקפאים במיליארדי דולרים לאיראן אם היא תפסיק או תעצור, תקפיא את תוכנית הגרעין. הזירה הפלסטינית עם פיגועי השראה, עמום ערב הסעודית, שאם אני אשים את הדגש, אז אשים את הדגש על סוגיית העשרת האורניום בטריטוריה הסעודית. שזו נקודה מאוד קריטית שעליה יכולה להיות מחלוקת מאוד משמעותית. הנקודה החמישית והלפני האחרונה, סכנת ההתלכדות של הזירות, והכוונה היא, כשמדברים על זה ראשי השירותים, זה בעיקר החיבור בין חיזבאללה לחמאס, לג'יהאד האסלאמי, יחידות של משמרות המהפכה בסוריה ובעיראק ומאיראן. מגמה זאת ראינו אותה ברמדאן 2021, ראשיתה, שבה היו מעורבים לצערנו גם ערביי הערים המעורבות בישראל, אבל אני חושב שזו מגמה שצריך להסתכל עליה. ולבסוף אני רוצה להזכיר, פחות מדברים על זה, אבל לאחרונה אסד מרגיש שהגיע הזמן, שולט על 60% משטח סוריה, והגיע הזמן להתעצמות של הצבא, עושה את זה במישור הקונבנציונלי, בעיקר בטילאות, בכטב"מים, בנושאים שקשורים להגנה אווירית, אבל גם במישור הבלתי קונבנציונלי, כולל שיפור יכולות התקיפה בנשק כימי. ייתכן גם המשך עיסוק או חזרה לעיסוק ביכולות גרעיניות, והשקעה של 1 ביליון דולר בפיתוח תק"ק בסיוע איראני. אני אעצור כאן, אני חושב שאלה התפתחויות באיומים הביטחוניים שיש חשיבות רבה להתייחס אליהם. תודה.
תודה רבה.
אני מנסה לחשוב בהמשך למה שנאמר כאן, מה בעצם השתנה, מה השתנה השנה אם בכלל? אני חושב שיש שינוי גדול. השינוי הגדול הוא בזה שאנחנו תמיד נמצאים בעימות עם האויבים שלנו, אבל תמיד היינו חזקים. עד לא מזמן היה לנו יכולת הרתעה יוצאת מן הכלל. גם מול איראן, גם מול חיזבאללה, גם מול הטרור, גם מול סיכולי הטרור. צריך פה לציין, סיכולי הטרור בישראל הם הישג מרשים. כל פעם שמתפרסמת ידיעה על סיכול הברחת מטענים, כל מטען כזה יכול לקחת איתו 10 ישראלים. זאת הכוונה של האיראנים. מה השתנה? ומה שאני ממליץ להצביע, זה מה שמטריד אותי יום ולילה, שהשתנה היחס בין עוצמתנו לבין עוצמת האויב. כלומר, אנחנו מחלישים את עצמנו, צריך להגיד את זה. ולזה לדעתי צריך להיות מוקד הדיון. זה כאילו תולעת סייבר, זה לא שאני משקף מידע, זה הדמיון המופרע שלי. תולעת סייבר יצאה מאיזה מעבדה סודית פה, לא שיש כזאת, אלא ככה זה בדימוי, והיא מחלישה אותנו על פי מיטב היכולות הישראליות. כלומר, אנחנו מחלישים את עצמנו, ואנחנו מחלישים את עצמנו גם בפועל וגם בדימוי. ואני אתן דוגמאות. ראש הממשלה, אני יכול להעיד על זה, כמו שקודמיי יכולים להעיד על זה, חרט את הטיפול בנושא האיראני בראש סדר העדיפויות. הוא, הוא כמעט לא מדבר על זה. אנחנו נמצאים על סף גרעין, כלומר, איראן הגיעה ל-60%, הקפיצה ל-90%, אם אני מצטט את תת מזכיר ההגנה למדיניות, 10 ימים. בואו נתפשר על שבועיים. זהו, זה מה שיש, הם יכולים לפתח נשק גרעיני, הם עוצרים. ראש הממשלה שרון, זכרו לברכה, קבע שראש המוסד יוביל גם את המאמץ הבינלאומי, כדי שאיראן לא תהיה רק בעיה של ישראל. ואכן הייתה פה הצלחה אדירה, כל העולם מתלכד מול איראן. איפה אנחנו נמצאים היום? איראן הולכת לשלוח שגריר לריאד, האויבת שלה. איראן בקשרים אסטרטגיים עם רוסיה. תואר כאן, אני לא רוצה לפרט. איראן בקשרים אסטרטגיים עם סין. איראן הגיעה להבנה עם ארצות הברית בעל פה, שמקפיאה את הפיתוח של היכולות הגרעיניות, בלי להתחייב לשום נושא אחר, לא בתחום הבליסטי, לא בתחום הטרור, לא בשום תחום. והאיראנים וחיזבאללה יותר ויותר מאמינים שאנחנו נחלשים. פשוט הדימוי שלנו הולך וגולש, ואני צופה, אם זה לא ייעצר, אם אנחנו לא נעצור את ההרס העצמי, זה יתגבר. ומיד יש לזה ביטוי. מצד אחד אנחנו שומרים על ההרתעה, ואין התקפות של רקטות מצד לבנון. מצד שני מכניסים מטענים, כמו המטען במגידו, שהוא מודל, הוא מטען אסטרטגי, למרות שהוא פצע רק ישראלי אחד, אבל הוא אמור היה להרוג עשרות. והיום סוכלה הברחה של 6 כאלה, וגם סוכלה מהצפון. והאיראנים מסתכלים עלינו פחות ופחות, הם פחות ופחות מורתעים. והמעמד הבינלאומי שלהם משתפר. ואנחנו נדחקים לקרן זווית של מדינה מצורעת, אם המהלך פה, מהלך הדברים לא ייבלם. עכשיו בואו ניקח את הפלסטינים. השתלטה עלינו אסטרטגיה ואידיאולוגיה שהייתה של שוליים קיצוניים, של בן אדם שנעצר על ידי השב"כ בדרכו לפיגוע. זו הולכת להיות האסטרטגיה שהתוצאה שלה תהיה שאין לנו שותף בשטח, שאנחנו ניקלע לכיבוש ישיר, אנחנו ניקלע לעימות ישיר עם הפלסטינים, בלי שום החלטה, לא בממשלה, לא בכנסת, לא בשום מקום. אלה דברים דרמטיים, אלה דברים שגם יש להם השלכה, חשוב להדגיש את זה על הממלכה ההאשמית של ירדן, שהיא העורף האסטרטגי של ישראל, אין זמן לפרט את זה. כלומר, בסופו של דבר, אנחנו גם נגיע עם הסעודים, כמו שהוזכר כאן, יכול להיות למצב שבו נוותר לסעודיה, שהיא תעשיר אורניום באופן שיכול להוביל אותה למדינה בעלת נשק גרעיני בעתיד. זה לא נכון שיש חלופות לסעודים. הרוסים כן מקפידים. אני לא מתייחס למה שראש המוסד אמר, אבל ככל הידוע, גם בבושר, גם במקומות אחרים, הם מקפידים, גם הסינים, גם האמריקאים. למה אנחנו בעצם הולכים? ואם אני לוקח את תקדים הצוללות ותקדים ה-F-35, אני לא אופתע אם ראש הממשלה יסכים לזה כדי לקבל איזשהו דימוי של שלום. ועדיין ראש הממשלה מגיע לארצות הברית, בעלת בריתנו האחת והיחידה, והוא מתקבל, אם יתקבל, באיזה חדרון או באיזה חדר של מלון, במקום להתקבל בבית הלבן יש איזה משמעויות אדירות. כלומר, יש גם כרסום ביחסי ישראל לארצות הברית. כללו של דבר, ממה שאני מוטרד, ואני מציע שזה יהיה המוקד, אם זה היה תלוי בי, של הדיון הציבורי, איך יכול להיות שאנחנו מחלישים את עצמנו מול אויבינו, אנחנו פוגעים גם במהות וגם בדימוי, גם בלכידות הפנימית, ובכל מרכיבי העוצמה שלנו, ללא שום סיבה חיצונית, אלא אך ורק כתוצאה מטירוף מערכות פנימי.
תודה.
טוב, אחרי כולם, אני ממשיך את עמוס, ואני יכול לסכם במשפט אחד. בעיניי, מדינת ישראל נמצאת תחת איום קיומי. זה שאנחנו עדיין ממשיכים להסביר, אין איום קיומי, כי אנחנו מקובעים לצורה אחת של איום קיומי, מהסוג של 1945, שמגיעים כוחות הברית עד הבונקר בברלין, עם כניעה ללא תנאי, איום כזה לא קיים עלינו. אבל כל מה שתואר כאן הוא איום קיומי בדרך מתוחכמת, מחרסמת לאיטה, בין היתר זורת בתוכנו פירוד, לא שהכל בא מבחוץ, גם אנחנו אשמים, אבל מצב של מחלה אוטואימונית הוא איום קיומי לא פחות ממשהו שתוקף מבחוץ. ויש היום דרכים לגרום לנו להאיץ את הדפקטים האוטואימוניים הפנימיים המובנים שלנו, והם מופעלים בתחכום גדול על ידי איראן. האיום הנוסף שמתכלל את כלל האיומים שנוצרו, חיזבאללה, חמאס, סוריה, איראן וכך הלאה, הוא מתבטא בדבר אחד שהוא חסר תקדים. אנחנו עלולים להיקלע למלחמה שאין בידינו בכלל אופק לראות איך מביאים לסיומה בקצב הזמן המתאים לנו. זאת אומרת, אסור לנו להידרדר למלחמה ארוכה מהסוג של אוקראינה. אני טוען שמשה דיין בשביעי באוקטובר, כשמספרים שהוא נכנס לסוג של חרדה ודיבר על חורבן הבית השלישי, הוא היה פשוט יותר אינטליגנטי מכולם. הוא הבין שישראל במצב שנוצר איבדה את היכולת לשלוט בהבאת המלחמה לסיום בדרך הרצויה לה. איראן שחוותה מלחמה 8 שנים עם עיראק, יודעת עד כמה עצם זה שהיא הצליחה לשלול מסדאם חוסיין סיום של המלחמה שהוא תכנן לשבועיים ולמשוך אותו ל8 שנים, זה היה הישג. את ההישג הזה הם יודעים לגרור אל תוך רעיון המלחמה שלהם. וכך בנו היום חיזבאללה, כך בנו היום חמאס. ועוד משהו אחד שאמר לפני שנה באוגוסט, מפקד משמרות המהפכה חוסיין סלאמי, הוא אומר ככה: הפלסטינים מוכנים למאבק קרקעי, זו נקודת התורפה של ישראל. אני חושב שהוא מדבר על פלסטינים, זה גם ערה בסכנין בגליל, לא רק ערה בג'נין. הטילים מצוינים להרתעה, אך הם לא משחררים את האדמות. יש להציב כוח רגלי על הקרקע ולשחרר את האדמה צעד אחר צעד. אנשי חיזבאללה ופלסטין ינוע על הקרקע במבנה צבאי אחד, וזה לאו דווקא פורמציה צבאית של דיוויזיה שנעה בתיאום של קואורדינציה צבאית, אלא זה רעיון מערכתי כולל, שלא מחויב בתיאום של פיקוד ושליטה של מנצח על תזמורת, אבל הוא self-evolving system שיודעת להפעיל את עצמה באיום מקיף על מדינת ישראל. בתוך זה האיום שנוצר ביהודה ושומרון, שהוא בהחלט תפנית, זה בוודאי מתחיל במרץ 2022, מה שקורה צה"ל שובר גלים עם המון פעולות מופלאות למחנה פליטים ג'נין, לתוך קסה בשכם, אבל הם יצרו פה מציאות חדשה לחלוטין שיש לה בעיניי 4 ממדים. הממד הראשון הוא תכלית ברורה מאוד, והתכלית האסטרטגית שלהם זה להביא אותנו לצאת מיהודה ושומרון עם זנב בין הרגליים, כמו שהוציאו אותנו מעזה דרך הפעילות של חמאס, כמו שהוציאו אותנו מרצועת הביטחון בלבנון. לא משנה אם יצאנו בהחלטות שלנו לא, בסוף הדימוי הוא שיצאנו מתוך הלחימה שטלטלה אותנו. אחרי התכלית נוצר ממד חדש והוא אמצעי הלחימה. הצפה, כמות כזאת של אמצעי לחימה תקניים, יוצרת שינוי שהוא הרבה מעבר לכמות, ויש להם יכולות חדשות. הממד השלישי הוא ארגון, זה לא כמה ארסים עם M16 שמחליטים לצאת לפעולה, זאת מערכת שיש לה גם חמ"לים, גם אם נכנסים לג'נין יש גיבוי הדדי של כוחות, וזה פעולה למשל בג'נין שיש בה תיאום של פתח, שזה גדודי חללי אקצה, ג'יהאד פלסטיני, חמאס, כל אלה לא נשלטים על ידי הרשות הפלסטינית, הם יצרו מציאות בדיוק כמו עזה החל מ-1994, שרשות פלסטינית איננה שולטת בכוחות חמאס, בדיוק כמו שצבא לבנון וממשלת לבנון לא שולטים בחיזבאללה, ובמציאות הזאת מדינת ישראל נמצאת בסוג של מלכודת. הממד האחרון הוא רוח הלחימה. העולם נושבות ברוחות מלחמה, גם באוקראינה, שזה מקור השראה גם ללחימה שלהם, תודעת עיתוי, הם רואים את הכרסום בנחישות הישראלית, בלכידות הישראלית, במצב שכולנו מכירים אותו, דובר, והם רואים בזה יד אלוהים, הם אנשים מאמינים, שלפי נבואות זימנה להם את העיתוי הזה, ובשעת עיתוי כשנפתחים שערי שמיים, הם כמאמינים הולכים למצות את חובתם בשעה כזאת שהיא שעת עיתוי. 4 הממדים האלה שמים אותנו במציאות חדשה, ולא במקרה הזירה העיקרית שגם בה נמצא היום עיקר סדר הכוחות של צה"ל, 25 גדודים, רובם סדירים כמעט כולם. העניין נובע מזה שלחימה בלבנון, קשה ככל שתהיה, היא בקונצנזוס הישראלי, לחימה ביהודה ושומרון נכנסת לתוך השסע של קושי להשיג קונצנזוס, לא בקלות שרון השיג קונצנזוס בחומת מגן 22, לקח לו זמן לבנות את זה, ולכן מבחינה זאת הנקודה העיקרית ששם בונים כרגע את הכרסום של היכולת הישראלית זה במרחב הזה של יהודה ושומרון, והוא לא נקודתי, הוא רכיב בתוך מערכת כוללת.
תודה רבה. לפני שאנחנו צוללים לזירה הפנימית ותפקידם של שומרי הסף, אני רוצה סבב שאלות קצר על ענייני טרור וביטחון, כי לשם כך התכנסנו, ואני רוצה לשאול אותך, מר יעלון, אתמול שמענו את ראשי מערכת הביטחון, ראש המוסד שפתח את הכנס, שר הביטחון, ואחר כך במקום אחר הרמטכ"ל, מדגישים שהאיום המרכזי כרגע הוא איראן כאן על גדרות. זאת אומרת, לא מדברים על העניין הגרעיני כעניין העיקרי, אלא איראן כאן קרובה ונמצאת, ובעצם אנחנו מתמודדים מול ראש נחש של טרור. אני רוצה לשאול אותך, מה הטלטלה הזו שעוברת על מערכת הביטחון עושה לאפקטיביות של הלחימה בטרור?
אני מסכים לחלוטין שראש הנחש הוא בטהרן. אנחנו נלחמים בזרועות, בין אם זה חיזבאללה בלבנון כפרוקסי, אפילו זרוע אסטרטגית של איראן ליום פקודה. כשאיראן חושבת על איך נכון לאיים על ישראל, אז המרחק בינינו הוא רב. היכולת הכי משמעותית לאיים עלינו היא בעזרת חיזבאללה, עם חיזבאללה. 150,000 רקטות, לשכלל אותן, לדייק אותן. שדה התעופה שדיבר עליו שר הביטחון, מסלול הנחיתה, 20 קילומטר צפונית למטולה. ובהחלט האיראנים, למרות שלנו גבול משותף, אנחנו לא כבשנו שום שטח איראני, אני חוזר לאמירה הראשונית שלי, האתגר העיקרי זה עדיין הסירוב שלהם להכיר בזכותנו להתקיים, איראן משקיעה בזה. זאת אומרת, מכל המצב הכלכלי הקשה, גם משקיעים בפרויקט הגרעיני, גם משקיעים בחימוש חיזבאללה, גם במיליציות שיעיות בסוריה, גם במימון טרור פלסטיני, למרות שהם סונים, אבל הם מוכנים לאתגר אותנו, אז גם ג'יהאד איסלאמי, כממש ארגון קרוב לאיראן, וחמאס גם כן, וגם פיגועי חוץ. המפגש כרגע של הזירות, סלאח חרורי, השם שמוזכר, חמאס בלבנון, מחובר לחיזבאללה, מחובר לאיראן. הברחת נשק. לא מצליחים דרך ים סוף, פעם אחרונה שזה היה זה מזמן, קלוסיות שהייתי שר הביטחון, מנענו באוניית נשק להגיע דרך סודן, סיני לעזה, אז עכשיו מבריחים דרך ירדן, בעיקר נשק קל, אבל מי יודע. ולכן אין ספק שמסתכלים על האיום האיראני הוא לא רק איום גרעיני, אלא באופן השוטף טרור. זה דרך אגב אחת הטעויות של ה-JCPOA, שדיבר רק על חלק מסוים מהעניין הגרעיני, במסגרת אותו הסכם עם האיראנים, התעלם לחלוטין מפרוליפרציה של נשק וטרור, עם שליחת זרועות, חלקן לא נוגעות בנו כרגע, אבל מי יודע, חות'ים בתימן כדוגמה, בסהרה, לאתגר את מדינות צפון אפריקה וכן הלאה, בעיקר מרוקו. ולכן אין ספק שהגורם המשמעותי ביותר לאי יציבות במזרח התיכון, זה איראן עם האידיאולוגיה שלה, שהיא שילוב של תפיסה דתית, פונדמנטליסטית, מתורגמת לאסטרטגיה. אני חושב שאנחנו נערכנו לזה היטב, זה לא נעלם מעינינו. אני הייתי ראש אמ"ן השני שעסק בנושא הגרעין האיראני, לפניי ימי רבין, זכרו לברכה, אורי שגיא כבר החל לעסוק בזה. זיהינו את זה, התמודדנו עם זה. כל מה שעשינו זה כדי להרחיק, קודם כל את האיום הגרעיני, שמא הוא יהווה גם מטריה לפעילות, אינטנסיפיקציה של הפעילות הזאת של הטרור, שהיא המרכיב העיקרי שאנחנו מתמודדים איתו. הצלחנו להרחיק את זה בלא מעט דרכים, גם מדיניות דרך אגב. אחת הטעויות הקשות בעניין הזה זה הנסיגה האמריקאית של טראמפ מההסכם, שבעצם פתחה פה את הדלת לאיראנים לרוץ קדימה ללא מגבלה. אם אנחנו היינו אלה שהמליצו לזה, אז זה רע מאוד. נדבר על ראש הממשלה נתניהו באותה תקופה. אבל אין ספק שמול האיומים הללו, מערכת הביטחון יודעת להעריך. זה נכון שהסיבוב הבא, שמא יהיה בלבנון, יהיה יותר קשה, אבל עדיין אנחנו נדע לגרום שם נזק הרבה יותר גדול ממה שיגרמו לנו, ובדרך הזאת בעצם, כשמכריעים כרגע מלחמות, זה אתה מביא אותם להפסקת אש על פי תנאיך, כמו שעושים גם בעזה, כמו שעשינו בלבנון, כשהם מבינים שככל שעובר הזמן הם משלמים מחיר כבד יותר, ולכן כדאי להגיע להפסקת אש. לזה מערכת הביטחון בהחלט ערוכה, ונערכת.
תודה. מר בר-לב, אני רוצה לשאול אותך על ארגוני הפשיעה והקשר לארגוני הטרור. ציינת השתתפות במכרזים של תשתיות ביטחוניות והעברת אמל"חים. עד כמה יש ניצול, כפי שאנחנו שומעים בהערכות של ארגוני טרור, את ארגוני הפשיעה בחברה הערבית בתוך ישראל?
אני חושב אני הזכרתי את זה קודם, ההפתעה האסטרטגית שלנו כאזרחי מדינת ישראל, בוודאי של השב"כ ושל המשטרה, הייתה בשומר חומות, שפתאום ראינו שיש שילוב כזה או אחר בין גורמי פשיעה מקומיים ערבים, לבין תפיסה לאומית לאומנית שלהם, שהיא שונה כמובן מהתפיסה שלנו. ועד היום לא באמת הצלחנו להבין את הקשר הזה, איך זה קרה. הלוא שהאירועים שראינו בשומר החומות זה לא רק ארגוני פשיעה היו מעורבים בהם, גם ארגוני פשיעה כמובן שהם היו מעורבים בהם, אבל היו שם מעורבים אזרחים ישראלים, שחלקם היה להם נשק לא חוקי בתואנה כזאת או אחרת להגנה עצמית, חלקם בתואנות אחרות, ופשוט זה יקע לנו בפנים. וזה נובע מתהליכים הרבה יותר עמוקים בחברה הישראלית, שאני לא חושב ובפערים בין אזרחי ישראל היהודים לערבים, שאני לא חושב שזה הזמן והמקום להרחיב. עכשיו, זה לא נגמר שם, זה נמשך בהברחות מירדן ומלבנון. אם בזמנו, בעיקר מלבנון, החיזבאללה שם דגש על הברחות של סמים, בשנים האחרונות הוא שם דגש על הברחות של כלי נשק, וכלי נשק כמובן שמיועדים, שאנחנו מדברים, צריכים להבין, כל ההברחות האלה שאנחנו שומעים על עשרות ומצטבר מאות כלי נשק שנתפסו, זה הערכה של סדר גודל של 10, גג 20% מההברחות שלא נתפסות. עכשיו, כל אקדח כזה נמכר בין 30 ל-50 אלף שקל. כל M16, שזה גולת הכותרת, נמכר בקרוב ל100,000 שקל. זה לא הולך להגנה עצמית, זה לא שאיזה משפחה חצי נורמטיבית תשים אם יתקפו אותה מתחת למיטה. ולכן זה חלק מהדרך שלהם, של האיראנים, ולא רק של האיראנים, לחרסם בתוך הפנימיות שלנו במדינת ישראל, דרך ארגוני הפשיעה והערבים. דרך אגב, מדברים על ארגוני פשיעה ערבים, מוסלמים, גם אחד הארגונים הכי קשים והכי אכזריים, זה ארגון דרוזי, אבו לטיף, וזה פשוט דרך מתוחכמת נוספת של האיראנים לנסות לפורר את החברה הישראלית מבפנים, באמצעות ארגוני הפשיעה האלה, באמצעות הצפת מדינת ישראל בנשק לא חוקי.
תודה. אלוף במילואים זאבי פרקש, אני רוצה לשאול אותך, לגבי הדיבור הזה, שמדברים על סעודיה ונורמליזציה וגרעין, כשאיראן, כמו שהסברת לנו, נמצאת בשיא הביטחון העצמי שלה במרכאות, מה זה עושה לחתרנות האיראנית שבעצם מנהלים במקביל שיח על גרעין סעודי?
אני חושב שמוזכר גם, כנראה יש כאלה שקוראים לתקופה הזאת תקופת הדטנט האזורי של המזרח התיכון. ואנחנו לאור הירידה בחשיבות שארצות הברית קבעה לאזור, רואים ניסיון לכרות בריתות והסכמים בין מדינות ערב של עצמם, ובתוך זה גם ביקורים הדדיים בין מנהיגים איראנים וסעודים. ואני מבקש לומר שאפילו אם ייחתם משהו, כנראה שאדם הרע שבין הסעודים לבין האיראנים, בין השיעים לבין הסונים, שתי המדינות האלה שמנהיגות את העולמות האלה לא ייעלם. אבל אני חושב שהם מבינים שצריכים ליצור כוח מאזן, כוח מול כוח באזור, בעידן הזה שזה מה שקורה. אני חייב לומר שיש יתרון שישראל יכולה לראות בהתפתחויות האלה של בריתות אזוריות. אנחנו רואים מעורבות הרבה יותר גדולה גם של איחוד האמירויות, גם כן באזורים האלה, כולל ביקורים של מנהיגים מאיחוד האמירויות בערב הסעודית. כך שאני חושב שההתפתחויות האלה הן התפתחויות חיוביות. ישראל צריכה להיות מאוד פתוחה ויוזמת למה שקורה ולהיות חלק מהדברים האלה. אני מקווה שבעיות הפנים שבהם אנחנו מתמקדים יאפשרו לנו גם להתעסק בעיקר ולא רק...
אנחנו מיד נצלול אליהם. אלוף במילואים עמוס גלעד, אני רוצה לשאול אותך, שמענו אתמול בלילה שראש הממשלה עתיד לפגוש את הנשיא ביידן בשולי העצרת. אנחנו יודעים שהביטחון הלאומי שלנו תלוי גם בעוצמה וגם ביחסים שלנו עם האמריקאים. האם אתה חושש שהיחסים האחורים בין הצמרת בישראל, הממשל האמריקני, יפגעו בשיתוף הפעולה הביטחוני, המודיעיני בין שתי המדינות?
מה זה יקרה לפגוש אותו בשולי העצרת?
פוגש אותו במסדרון.
במסדרון, זה כמו, אני לא רוצה להשתמש בדימויים קיצוניים פה, כי זה מקום מכובד. בן אדם הולך במסדרון, פתאום הנשיא אומר לו, רגע, יש פה שליט ממדינה אפריקאית, יש לי 20 דקות, אני רוצה לדבר איתך. זה ראש ממשלת ישראל, בעלת הברית והידידה של ישראל, במקום שיתקבל בבית הלבן. זה לא תקופה קודמת, אנחנו הגענו, פה יושבים האנשים שכל אחד פה מכיר היטב מה זה היחסים עם ארצות הברית. אנחנו ביחסים אסטרטגיים עם ארצות הברית של אמריקה. ונשיא ארצות הברית, אחרי שהוא השקיע בזה מחשבה, ואני מניח שגם היו דיונים פנימיים, הוא מקצה 20 דקות, אולי אני טועה 22 דקות, לראש הממשלה, בין עשרות שליטים שהוא מקבל אותם במלונו. אין דבר משפיל מזה. בשיטה הישראלית, עם כל הכבוד, אני מדבר לא בציניות, כולם חשובים, אבל אין חלופה לשיחות בין ראש הממשלה לנשיא. עכשיו, ראש הממשלה בא לנשיא, הוא יכול לסגור דברים אסטרטגיים. זה הוא יכול לעשות רק בבית הלבן, לא באיזה מלון, לא מלון דרכים, אבל מלון של 5 כוכבים. ואז הוא יושב שם, אבל מה הוא מדבר איתו? איראן היא עצרה על בסיס הבנה בין ארצות הברית לישראל. בין איראן לארצות הברית. זאת אומרת, איך פתאום הם הגיעו להבנה? איפה ישראל? מי שאל אותנו בכלל? בכלל, כשאני מסתכל על העשור האחרון, זה ידוע שראש הממשלה הגה תוכנית לתקיפה. אגב, אם הוא רצה לתקוף, הוא יכול היה לתקוף. הוא מאשים את השמינייה ואת כל הדברים האלה. יש לו שליטה פוליטית, הקבינט יכול היה להעביר. אחרי זה האמריקאים עשו הסכם מאחורי גבינו. אחרי זה כנראה שכנענו את טראמפ לבטל את ההסכם. ומי גרוע, ירדנו מהפח אל הפחד. ועכשיו אנחנו נמצאים שהאיראנים התקדמו אל סף גרעין, הם שייכים למועדון סף גרעין, והם מחליטים מתי הם יתפרצו, הכל על בסיס הבנות. כל זה ראש הממשלה לא ידון בפגישה של 20 דקות. לדעתי זה יותר פגישה שכמו מנהל בית ספר שמזמן תלמיד צורר, ומזהיר אותו, תקשיב טוב. ארצות הברית וישראל, זה מה שמטריף אותי כאן בעניין הזה, קשורות ב-shared values. shared values זה דמוקרטיה. ארצות הברית יש לה מלא דיקטטורות פה במזרח התיכון, על פי הערכתי הצנועה שעבדתי עליה 50 שנה, לא תהיה פה אף דיקטטורה דמוקרטיה. היחידה שיכולה להפוך לדיקטטורה זה ישראל. זה מה שהוא יגיד לו, תיזהר. לדעתי הוא הולך להזהיר אותו, והוא אדם שיכול להיות מאוד בוטה, והוא לוקח מאוד אישית, ולכן הוא לא מוכן לפגוש את ראש הממשלה. זה כמו מאסר על תנאי. אתה רוצה לראות אותי בבית הלבן? תחזיר את ישראל לדמוקרטיה. עכשיו, כל המסכת היחסים הזאת האסטרטגית, גם מול חיזבאללה המתעצם, גם מול הטרור, גם מול מה שקורה בסוריה, גם מול מה שקורה בעיראק, כל הבריתות האלה שנרקמות פה, אפילו סעודיה, אנחנו גורם משני. ועדיין הוא ידרוש ממנו אולי שישראל תסכים להשערה, שזאת תהיה טעות פטלית. עד היום דוקטרינת מנחם בגין ז"ל, היא אחד הדברים המופלאים שקרו פה. ישראל, זרועות המודיעין, הביטחון, מנעו התגרענות בשאר אסד, סדאם חוסיין ואחרים. האם כל זה אנחנו נוותר? כל זה לא יידון במלון הזה. זה 20 דקות שלדעתי אזהרות. לכן אני רואה במה שהידרדרנו ביחסים ארצות הברית, זה אולי לא מובן להרבה מאוד אנשים פה, לא לאלה שיושבים פה, אבל זאת פגיעה קשה בביטחון הלאומי, וחלק מההיחלשות הפנימית, שהיא בסוף תביא עלינו גם איומים חיצוניים.
תודה רבה. גרשון הכהן, אנחנו בקצרה, לפני שנצלול לשאלת סיכום, אני רוצה לשאול אותך לזירה הפלסטינית, כי הזכרת את חומת מגן, ואני יודעת שהיית מאוד מעורב בהכנות לקראת המבצע הזה, אז בין שנת 2000 ל-2002. ושמענו רק לפני רגע מהשליח המיוחד של האו"ם על השינויים המהותיים שעוברת גם החברה הפלסטינית וגם ההנהגה הפלסטינית, המשבר הקשה בכוחות הביטחון, ביום שאחרי אבו מאזן. אני רוצה לשאול אותך, האם ישראל ערוכה לשינויים האלה? האם צה"ל ערוך להתמודד כמו אז בימי מבצע חומת מגן?
קודם כל מי שאומר צריך לעשות חומת מגן שוב, אז צריך להזכיר לו שעברו מעל 20 שנים, ואין דבר כזה לעשות repetition, חזרה, רמבו 1, רמבו 2, זה לא עובד, התנאים השתנו, ההקשר השתנה, הרעיון של חומת מגן היה בהחלט אירוע חסר תקדים בתנאים שהיו אז, התנאים הם היום אחרים לגמרי, ומה שקשור לרשות הפלסטינית, מדינת ישראל, כפי שמענו גם קודם, הייתה הצהרה שמדינת ישראל תתמוך בקיומה של הרשות הפלסטינית. הבעיה הגדולה היא שנוצרה פה סוג של יכולת של דו-קיום. הרשות הפלסטינית מתקיימת בחסות ישראל עם האינטרסים שלנו ושלהם, ובמקביל מתפתח עולם הטרור. במקום הזה שמתקיימים יחד, בו זמנית, על אותו מרחב, מתחייב רעיון מערכתי חדש שעדיין אין לנו אותו. אני מכנה את זה מצב של מבוכה אסטרטגית. מבוכה אסטרטגית לא אומרת שנכנעים, שולחים הביתה, שמים את המפתחות, היא אומרת שזה התחלה להזמנה לדיון אסטרטגי חדש. ואין אצלנו אף אחד שהכיר בזה שאנחנו נמצאים בסוג של מלכוד שהוא מבוכה קשה, שכרגע אני לא רואה גם מי הולך להוציא אותנו מהמיצר הזה, כי אם אני מסתכל על חומת מגן, שרון וכל מי שישב כאן היה אז במטה הכללי, זוכר לא פחות ממני, אולי יותר טוב, הייתה לו זכות הובלה, בלי שרון לא היינו מגיעים לחומת מגן. הוא אישית הוביל גם את ההסכמות בתוך הממשלה, כולל עם שר הביטחון שלו, וגם הכתיב לצבא איך הוא רואה את זה, וגם יצר את תנאי המטריה מבחינת הסכמה עם האמריקאים לתקופה של 2 עד 3, שניתנה לנו יכולת לפעול. אני לא רואה היום תנאים כאלה בדרג המדיני, הבעיה העיקרית היא לא בצה"ל, היא ביכולת לארגן את החשיבה מחדש של כל הסיפור.
תודה. בדקות אלה מתנהל דיון חשוב והיסטורי בבית המשפט העליון על ביטול עילת הסבירות. אני רוצה לשאול אתכם שאלה לכולכם שמחולקת לשתיים. אחת, מה תפקידם של שומרי הסף במשבר חוקתי? והשאלה השנייה היא, איך נראית הפעלת כוח וסיכול טרור במקרה שבית המשפט העליון מבטל את עילת הסבירות? ומה קורה במקרה שבו הוא מחליט לא להחליט? זאת אומרת, מצד אחד יש מעשה עשוי של חקיקה, ומן הצד השני פרשנות מאוד מחמירה של היועצת המשפטית לממשלה על אי חוקיות. מה תפקידם של שומרי הסף ואיך נראית הפעלת כוח במצב של משבר חוקתי?
אכן, מה שמדברים עליו כמשבר חוקתי הוא משבר הרבה יותר חריף, שבעצם דיברנו על התוצאות שלו בכל הזירות, גם ביחסים עם ארצות הברית, גם ערביי ישראל, גם הזירה הפלסטינאית, הכל הוא תוצאתי לזה. עכשיו, אני התחנכתי עוד אצל נחמיה תמרי, כשהייתי בקורס מקים, שכל פעם שאני מאשים את משהו, לא משנה מה, לכישלון בעיקר, לא בהצלחות, רק אצבע אחת לכישלון, אצבע אחת לקדוש ברוך הוא במה שמאמינים, 3 אצבעות אליי. לא ברמה של האשמה עצמית, מה שנקרא מיה קולפה, אלא על לקיחת אחריות. כשאני מסתכל לאן הגענו, בצדק נאמר פה על ידי לא מעט דוברים, זה אצלנו. מצד אחד, כלומר, אנחנו אחראים להידרדרות של מצבנו, מצד שני, זה אנחנו, אז אנחנו יכולים לתקן. זה הדבר המעודד. זה לא בגלל איום חיצוני, הוא לא השתנה, הוא משתנה, זה לא משנה, אנחנו יכולים לתקן. ובעצם השאלה מביאה לזה, מה קרה לנו ב9 חודשים? מה שקרה זה שהשתנה סדר עדיפויות, בעיקר של מי שמכהן כראש ממשלה, שרוצה להשמיד את הרשות השופטת, אני משתמש במילים קשות, בג"ץ, כדי שלא יתערב, והוא יוכל להמשיך לכהן למרות 3 כתבי אישום חמורים ו2 ועדות חקירה שמטפלות בענייניו, הצוללות, כלי השיט וועדת מירון, שהזהירה אותו כבר לגבי מותם של 45 מתפללים. הוא בונה קואליציה הזויה, בלתי צפויה מבחינת ה-DNA הישראלי, של גורמים שרוצים גם כן לחסל את בג"ץ. בעצם זה החרדים שלא רוצים התערבות בנושאי השתמטות, אין לזה מילה אחרת, ולא רוצים התערבות בנושא דת ומדינה. והגורמים האחרים הם 2 פירומנים, קיצוניים מאוד, חלקו של אחד הוזכר כטרוריסט שנעצר בדרך על ידי השב"כ, בדרך לבצע פיגוע על פי דברי סגן ראש השב"כ, אז אילן, זכרו לברכה, עם 700 ליטר דלק, והשני כבר הואשם והורשע על ידי מדינת ישראל 8 פעמים בתמיכה בטרור, גזענות, הפרעה לשוטר במילוי תפקידו וכן הלאה. אז זה אצלנו. עם תפיסת עולם לאומנית, גזענית, משיחית וכולי, לא מתאימה למה שבנינו ונלחמנו עליו יהודית ודמוקרטית ברוח מגילת העצמאות. זה מתחדד עכשיו בבית המשפט, אבל זה לא רק בבית המשפט. בעצם זה על כל המגרש. כשאומר לנו הנשיא ביידן, והוא אמר את זה בהצהרה של 46 מילים, מאוד מדויקת, אם הרשות השופטת במדינת ישראל לא תהיה עצמאית, אתם לא דמוקרטיה, אנחנו מאבדים את בסיס הערכים המשותפים. כל אחד מאיתנו שמע באנגלית את האינטרסים משותפים, ערכים משותפים. אין ערכים משותפים, זה פוגע בביטחון, מיד. זה פוגע בביטחון, כי גם הסביבה רואה שאנחנו מתרחקים. ארצות הברית כאבן יסוד בביטחון הלאומי שלנו, ישראל מתרחקת, ואז גם הם מרימים ראש. הכל קשור. זה נכון גם לגבי ערביי ישראל. כשאני מסתכל על מה האינטרס הישראלי לגבי ערביי ישראל, זה שילובם. ויש פה תהליכים מדהימים שנקראים ישראליזציה. מנסור עבאס זה תופעה חסרת תקדים. מנהיג פוליטי שאומר, אני מבין שאני חי במדינה יהודית ודמוקרטית, אני רוצה לחיות כאן, אני רוצה לדאוג לאנשיי. אף מנהיג ערבי פוליטי לא אמר את זה. ואנחנו מולו מציבים את השר שאחראי על המשטרה, שאומרים, שמעתי מישהו אומר, רגע, מה, הוא לא רוצה להצליח? מספר הנרצחים שם עולה? בשבילו זה הצלחה. להדליק אש. גם שומר חומות, אגב, בלי להרחיב כאן יותר מדי, יש לנו אחריות לזה. למה קרה שם? עם ההסתה בהר הבית ושייח' ג'ראח וכו'. לכן, כשאני מסתכל, יש פה אחריות כבדה שלנו. פה שומרי הסף בעצם מוצאים את עצמם, וזה לא רק שומרי הסף, זה הרמטכ"ל וראש המוסד וראש השב"כ והמפכ"ל, שכבר בדרך כזו או אחרת אמרו, במידה והממשלה הזאת תוביל אותנו לקצה, כלומר, לא תציית לבג"ץ, והיא בעצם תהפוך למה שנקרא ממשלה לא חוקית, אנחנו נציית לחוק, לא נציית להם. זה המשבר בעצם שמדברים עליו, אני מקווה שימנע. אבל אני רוצה לסיים בנימה אופטימית, משום שאני חושב שהמשבר הזה הוא הזדמנות. יש פה רגע מזוקק, שבו אנחנו רואים את החלוקה, לא ימין שמאל ולא שאלות אחרות, אלא מי שדוגל במדינה יהודית ודמוקרטית ברוח מגילת העצמאות, אנחנו כאן נלחמנו על זה, גם בלי להגיד את זה לעצמנו, לבין מי שרוצה להקים פה מדינה, תקראו לה תיאוקרטיה, אוטוקרטיה, דיקטטורה, פשיסטית, גזענית, הומופובית, מיזוגנית, משיחית ומושחתת, וגם מצורעת כתוצאה מזה. זה מנוגד לאינטרס הישראלי. אני מקווה שהמשבר הזה יהפוך להזדמנות שממנה נצא לתקופה, לעוד 75 שנה לפחות, בדרך אחרת.
תודה רבה.
שאומרים שומרי הסף, אז אני מניח שבדרך כלל...
גם המשטרה.
רובנו מתכוונים לרמטכ"ל, לראש המוסד, למפכ"ל המשטרה, וכמובן, בראש ובראשונה מעל כולם זה היועצת המשפטית לממשלה. לגבי היועצת המשפטית לממשלה, אני חושב שאין שום שאלה. ברור איפה היא עומדת, ברור שיש לה עמוד שדרה מברזל, יצא לי להכיר אותה בערך חצי שנה בזמן שעוד אני הייתי בתפקיד, אין כאן בכלל שאלה. אבל כשאנחנו מדברים על שומרי הסף האחרים, בעיקר מסתכלים, לפחות השיח הציבורי השטחי מסתכל על הצבא. מה יגיד הרמטכ"ל, מה יעשה הרמטכ"ל, ואצלנו באסוציאציה, הקבינט יחליט לצאת למלחמה כזאת או אחרת, או למבצע כזאת או אחרת, מה יעשה הרמטכ"ל. אבל אני חושב שבין שומרי הסף, הרמטכ"ל הוא האחרון. הראשון בין שומרי הסף זה מפכ"ל המשטרה. כי בוא רגע ניתן דוגמה שמאוד מבהירה מה זה אותו משבר חוקתי שאנחנו עלולים להיגרר אליו. בג"ץ יחליט לבטל את עילת הסבירות, הממשלה תצפצף על זה, וראש הממשלה ימנה את אריה דרעי לשר הפנים לצורך העניין. אוקיי? למחרת בבוקר אריה דרעי נכנס למשרד שלו כמו כל שר, ומתחיל לחתום על צווים. היועצת המשפטית לממשלה, במקרה הזה, תאמר, זה יכול להיות צו עירוני של, לא יודע מה, שטח שיפוט של מועצה אזורית זניחה. היועצת המשפטית לממשלה תוציא הודעה שזה לא חוקי. הצו ששר הפנים, במקרה הזה אם זה יהיה דרעי, חתם עליו, הוא לא חוקי. כי על פי החוק, דרעי ועל פי החלטת בית המשפט והסבירות, דרעי לא יכול להיות שר הפנים. ונשאלת השאלה, אז לפתחו של מי, אחרי שהיועצת המשפטית לממשלה החליטה, לפתחו של מי יזרק תפוח האדמה הלוהט הזה. והתשובה הראשונה, זה לפתחה של המשטרה, של מפכ"ל המשטרה. וכאן לצערי, אני לא כל כך אופטימי, כי אנחנו רואים את ההשתנות במשטרה, בהתנהגות של המשטרה, את ההתכופפות שלה לאור הרוח הרעה שנושבת מלשכתו של שר הטיקטוק. אנחנו רואים איך הם מתקפלים. אנחנו רואים את האלימות שככל שהזמן עובר הולכת וגוברת, אלימות של המשטרה. אנחנו רואים רק אתמול או רק שלשום על שכן ששם שלט ליד ביתו של אחד מהשרים מעוצמה יהודית, זמן קצר אחרי זה, נדמה לי אפילו שזה היה בשבת, כן? באו לעצור אותו. עכשיו אני אומר לכם בתור אחד שרץ לפריימריז כמה פעמים, אין אחד שרץ לפריימריז במדינת ישראל, לא בכל המפלגות יש פריימריז, שלא תלה שלט לא על פי הוראות האזוריות של מה מותר ומה אסור. אף אחד מאיתנו לא באו ואסרו אותו או שאלו אותנו שאלה. אז לכן אני מאוד מאוד מוטרד, ואני חושב שעד שמשטרת ישראל תחליט לעשות מהלך שיגבה את החלטת בית המשפט העליון, זה ייקח זמן. ולכן הבא בתור זה ראש השב"כ. ועל ראש השב"כ במקרה הזה, בין היתר היה החייל שלי 3 שנים שהייתי מפקד היחידה, דרך אגב גם ראש המוסד, הם היו בצוותים מקבילים. אני סומך על השב"כ בעניין הזה, אבל צריך לזכור, זה קודם המשטרה, אחרי זה השב"כ, ורק אחרון, בתנאים מאוד קיצוניים, זה צה"ל.
תודה רבה. התמונה עולה.
אני מצטרף לזה שהבעיה המרכזית זו המשטרה, ואני חייב לומר מילה כמסתכל מהצד, שמפכ"ל המשטרה עומד איתן מול מה שקורה בחוץ. זה לא פשוט. אני לא יודע איך אני הייתי מתנהג, אבל זה לא קל כשמסביב יש את התחושה הקשה הזאת שהסכנה אמיתית למהותה של המדינה. אז לא, יש זמן לשים?
לא, יש זמן, אני פשוט העלינו את התמונה שביקשת.
הבנתי. אני רציתי להביא את התמונה הזאת בשביל שתראו איזה 2 ספרים ראש הממשלה שם על השולחן בשיחתו הראשונה עם הרמטכ"ל ב-16 לינואר השנה. עם 4 מסרים שאני אסיים בזה, כי אני חושב שזה חשוב. עומר אמר את מה שאני חושב. יש שם ספר של הראשון הוא Modern Time, והשני הוא ביוגרפיה של אוגוסטוס, שהיה הקיסר הראשון ששם קץ לרפורמה הרומית, וביטל את שלטון החוק, וקבע שזמן ארוך בתפקיד הוא לא משחית מה שהיה לפני זה, ויצא עם התקפה על הצבא. אז 4 מסרים יש פה בספר הזה של אוגוסטוס, ואני שאלתי את עצמי, ראש הממשלה הוא איש ספר, הוא בן של היסטוריון, לא במקרה שם את 2 הספרים האלה על השולחן, אולי הוא רצה להגיד אני האוגוסטוס של היום, שלטון החוק מבחינתי, אני אקבע את שלטון החוק ומוחלש ישרת את השלטון, משילות לאורך זמן היא קריטית, ונכון מבחינתי להחליש את עצמאותן של 3 הרשויות, והצבא והמנגנונים של הביטחון יפעלו על פי המדיניות שלי ושל ממשלתי. החוק כפוף לממשלה. אז אני אעצור כאן, אבל אני חושב שאנחנו נמצאים באתגר קשה, וכשדיברת על שומרי הסף, אני רוצה לומר מהיכרות אישית שאני שמח שהרצי הוא הרמטכ"ל, וראש השב"כ וראש השירות הם אנשים שדיברו עליהם מקודם, ואני חושב שהם יעשו את הכל לשמר את המדינה כדמוקרטית ויהודית.
תודה רבה. עמוס?
אני רוצה להתייחס לכנס הזה, שעוסק באיומי טרור, ועוד פעם לחזור להנחה הפותחת, שהמצב הפנימי הולך ומתדרדר פה, ומחר ותאר את זה בוגי בצורה כל כך חדה יחד עם האחרים. אני מסכים לזה, אני רק רוצה להדגים את זה דווקא מה שקורה ביהודה ושומרון. בצד החיובי, באמת מי שעושה שם את העבודה הנפלאה, זה צה"ל, השב"כ, המשטרה והאמ"ן והתאום ביניהם. והתוצאה היא סיכולים מדהימים, שאם לולא הסיכולים האלה היינו כבר במציאות אחרת. אבל דיברו פה על חומת מגן. מה זה חומת מגן? חומת מגן היה ראש נחש. היו כאלה שהבינו את זה, התריעו, ובסוף פגעו בראש הנחש. אבו מאזן הוא לא בדיוק מלך החוכמה, ואלת החוכמה לא נכחה בלידתו אם הוא פולט כאלה שטויות, אבל הוא לא ראש נחש, וגם אם יפלשו למשרדו ובגילו המתקדם יוציאו אותו משם, אז הכל יתפרק. אנחנו צריכים לפעול בחוכמה. אז מצד אחד הכל מונח על כתפי צה"ל, 10 גדודים, פי 2 בשנה שעברה, על חשבון משימות, אבל מה בשאר? אנחנו נכנסים למערכת שהולכת ומתמוססת, הולכת ומתפוררת, והאסטרטגיה היחידה שעובדת זה של סמוטריץ', שבאופן סמלי נחל לו בקומה ה-15, מעל שר הביטחון והרמטכ"ל, ומנהל משם את המינהל האזרחי בחלקים שלו, ומקדם, הוא היחיד שמקדם את התיאוריות ההכרעה שלו, שהן תיאוריות הזויות של אדם מהשוליים, אדם שהיה פעם טרוריסט, והיום הוא מיישם את האסטרטגיה. התוצאה מזה, שאין פה שום עתיד ברור, אנחנו גם כתוצאה מזה נותנים יותר ויותר חסות לחמאס, האיראנים מתעצמים, זה תואר, אני לא רוצה לחזור לזה, ובגלל חולשתנו הולכת וגוברת, אם היא לא תיעצר, אז האויבים שלנו יתעצמו, הן בהיבט הדימוי והן בהיבט המהות.
תודה. גרשון, מילות סיכום, נשארה לנו דקה, אומרים לי.
הסיפור העיקרי הוא כמו שכולם הזכירו, אנחנו במשבר, הוא מתגלה דרך פוטנציאל למשבר חוקתי, אבל זה רק קצה קרחון, זה משבר הנהגתי, נובע בעיקרו ממשהו שהלך לאיבוד. ג'לאל אל-אחמד, איראני, היה פה ב-1964, כתב שיר הלל למדינת ישראל שמונהגת על ידי נביאים. כנראה שאי אפשר לנהל את המדינה הזאת בלי אנשים בשיעור קומה רוחני, ושיעור קומה רוחני זה לא רק לדעת מיהו אוגוסטוס, זה לדעת לספר לעם ישראל שיר חדש, סיפור חדש. זקוקים פה להרבה מעבר להסדרה של חוק ומשפט. חוק ומשפט זה רק הסימפטום. אני מאמין שעם ישראל יש בו אנשים מופלאים, כולל צה"ל, שב"כ, משטרה, אנשים נפלאים שמחזיקים את התשתית היומית של כל מה שמתרחש כאן, שמתנהל, ממשיך להתנהל נכון, אבל האנשים הנפלאים האלה מצפים, מייחלים להנהגה חדשה.
תודה רבה. גבירותיי, תודה רבה לכם על דיון מעניין מאוד. תודה. אנחנו יוצאים ל-20 דקות הפסקה, ומיד לאחריה כאן יתקיים מושב Countering Hate, פה באולם הזה, ובאולם CL03 יתקיים מושב בנושא The Next Frontier of Global Jihad.
George Washington University, and it's a pleasure to be moderating today's very interesting panel. We talk generally at ICT about events that come after 9/11, and of course 9/11 shapes everything that ICT has wonderfully done over the last 22 years. And mostly we talk about jihadism, about threats emanating from the Middle East and North Africa. But everybody that has observed and studied extremism since 9/11 knows that we have seen a growth in extremism emanating from the far right. Some argue that actually we, and by we I mean the counterterrorism community, whether it's scholars or practitioners, policymakers, we have somewhat overlooked far-right extremism, especially in the years immediately following 9/11, and we kind of allowed it to grow unchecked for quite some time. Indeed, the last few years, we saw very dramatic growth of far-right extremism, particularly in Europe and North America. Now, when we're talking about far-right extremism, we're talking about several different phenomena, from the sort of old-school neo-Nazis, traditional groups, if you will, to new emanations of the ideology, from accelerationism to these very new little groups that pop up, for example, in the United States, to individuals that do not really belong to any group. And I think dynamics change from country to country. It's a very fluid underworld that oftentimes surfaces well below water. But I think the one glue that keeps this very heterogeneous milieu together, or at least one of the main glues, is anti-Semitism, is hatred for Jews. It is often the common denominator that unites this underworld and even unites it with other ideologies such as far-left Islamism or other forms of extremism. So we have a fantastic panel to discuss this with 5 phenomenal speakers. Before I introduce them to them, we have a short statement that Alex will make.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I've been asked to read a brief statement about Professor Ehud Sprinzak of blessed memory, who this panel is in memory of. Professor Sprinzak was an Israeli counterterrorism specialist and an expert in far-right Jewish groups. He was a senior lecturer of political science at Jerusalem's Hebrew University, where his research focused on terrorism and religious radicalism. He had been an academic director of the Raoul Wallenberger Scholarship Program. After his fellowship at the Institute of Peace, Sprinzak founded and was the dean of the Lauder School of Government, Diplomacy, and Strategy at then the Interdisciplinary Center here in Herzliya, now Reichman University. Professor Sprinzak has also been a visiting professor in the Department of Government at Georgetown University and at the School of International Service at American University. In 1995, he was the recipient of the Natalia Gherman Fellowship for the Association for the Commemoration of Israel's Intelligence Community, and was selected as the 1992 Baruch Yehuteli Fellow of the Jerusalem Institute for the Study of Israel. In 1992, Professor Sprinzak was awarded the Landau Prize for Best Political Science Book for The Ascendance of Israel's Radical Right. He was one of the few experts on Israel's ultra-right who had told then Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin that he may face an assassination attempt. He was also the author of Brother Against Brother, Violence and Extremism in Israeli Politics from Atalena to the Rabin assassination, and was co-editor of Israeli Democracy Under Stress. Professor Sprinzak received a doctorate in political science from Yale University and unfortunately succumbed to throat cancer on November 8, 2002 at the age of 62. This panel is in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And it's a real privilege to be moderating a panel that is dedicated to a giant in the field. So thank you for the opportunity to do that. We are very pressed for time. We have the clock there, which is merciless and says 35 minutes from now. We have 5 speakers. You do the math. So I'll be nothing more than a traffic cop, which is generally not what Italians are good at, but I'll do my best. And let me just briefly introduce the speakers, and then we'll go from one to the next without much of an interjection from me. And starting to my direct left, we have, well, somebody who doesn't really need an introduction, but it's nice to do it anyways. And it's Professor Irwin Cutler. who was first appointed as Special Envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism on November 23rd, 2020, after a long career dedicated to fighting racism, anti-Semitism, and hate, including as a Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. After Professor Cutler, we have Dr. Ariel Koch, who's a postdoctoral researcher and adjunct lecturer at the Lauder School with a focus on transnational violent extremist ideologies and movements. Currently, he serves as Director of Violent Extremism Research at Active Fence Israel and as a Senior Fellow at CAR in London, and is a member of the Middle East Network Analysis Desk at Tel Aviv University Moshe Dayan Center. After Ariel, we have Alex, Mr. Alexander Pack, who's a researcher and project manager here at ICT, Reichman University, where he co-hosts the excellent Facts of Terror podcast and focuses on analyzing emerging threats in counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, global far-right extremism, and use of the internet by negative actors. He served as a TA in multiple courses here at Reichman and is the co-managing editor of the International Counter-Terrorism Review. We have then Professor Ami Pedazur, who is a faculty member at the Leon Charney School of Marine Sciences. He studies the ties between technology and humans in modern warfare, the Israeli radical right, terrorism and counterterrorism. He has a long teaching experience at the University of Haifa, where he obtained his PhD, and in the US at the University of Texas, Austin. Last, but definitely not least, we have Dr. Christina Shori-Liang, who serves as the head of terrorism and preventing violent extremism at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. She edits the Europe for Europeans and contributes to the Global Terrorism Index report. Dr. Liang has offered policy advice to several high-profile organizations, from the UN to the European Union to the US National Intelligence Council, and is a visiting professor at the Paris School of International Affairs. So without further ado, Professor Cutler, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I just want to begin by paying tribute to the memory of Professor Ehud Springstein. He was a close friend and colleague, and I'll just say that may we continue to be inspired by his memory, and may that memory serve always as a blessing for all of us, particularly on the eve of this new year. Shana Tova. As I conclude my 3 years as special envoy, also for combating anti-Semitism, I was struck by a certain paradox. On the one hand, as all the studies show, we are witnessing, experiencing the highest levels of anti-Semitism since audits began in the 70s. US, Canada, Europe, doesn't make a difference. At the same time, we have more forces combating anti-Semitism. For example, the coalition of special envoys that didn't exist before, national strategy to combat, I can go on. And so how do you explain this paradox? I believe it lies in understanding the origins, the nature, the manifestations, and the impact of anti-Semitism, old and new. And how anti-Semitism itself is not only the oldest, longest, most enduring, most lethal of hatreds, one that mutates and metastasizes over time, but one that is anchored in one foundational, generic, historical, conspiratorial trope, the mother of all tropes, which is that the Jews, the Jewish people, Israel as a Jew among the nations, the enemy of all that is good and the embodiment of all that is evil, reflecting whatever is the zeitgeist at any given moment. So if the zeitgeist was the Christian religion, then the Jews were guilty of deicide. Contemporary manifestation, the whole white supremacist Jews will not replace this movement. If the zeitgeist was the Black Plague, then the Jews were the poisoners of the well. Contemporary manifestations, Jews, Jewish people, Israel accused of manufacturing the COVID-19 virus, causing its spread, and in another yet trope, profiting from it. If the zeitgeist is race, then the Jews were non-Aryans. The zeitgeist is anti-race, then Zionism is racism. If the zeitgeist is human rights, as in the 70s, then human rights emerged when it emerged as the new secular religion of our time. Then Israel, the Jew among the nations, emerged as the new major human rights violator, the new geopolitical antichrist of our time. And that led to two tipping points, that backdrop. One was the World Conference Against Racism and Hate in Durban in 2001. I was there as part of the Canadian delegation, a festival of hate against Israel and the Jewish people, as it turned out. And I can tell you, a festival of hate that has impacted on both my memory and my being to the present day. The second was the Hamas war against Israel in 2021, where we recall, and I can even recall from Canada, where Jews were terrorized in their neighborhoods and in the streets, on the campuses and in the communities, where synagogues were torched, Holocaust memorials were defaced, cemeteries were vandalized, institutions were vandalized, leading to the highest level of hate crimes that had yet been seen in Canada and the highest levels of incendiary hate speech. Which leads me to conclude at this point, what are therefore, against this backdrop, my principal findings? One, as I mentioned, highest level of anti-Semitic instances since audits began in the 70s. Two, and this is sometimes ignored, the highest level of anti-Semitic beliefs. And where in the US alone, in the last 5 years, the number of Americans that believe in 6 or more anti-Semitic tropes have doubled. Number three, the globalization of anti-Semitism. I don't only mean the spread internationally, I mean the intersection. So, for example, when in London, England in May 2021, you had a convoy saying, "F the Jews will rape your daughters" in the streets of London, England, you had the next day the same type of convoy going through the streets of Toronto saying the same thing. And so far, not on globalization, but the interconnectivity of it. The fourth was the marginalization, and I can tell you this, the marginalization of the struggle against anti-Semitism within the overall framework of the struggle against hate itself. So while you had in Canada, for example, action plans, and necessarily so and rightly so, regarding combating hate against Indigenous peoples, blacks, Asians, people of color, Muslims, and there were not this type of combating of anti-Semitism. It was marginalized as matters of principle and policy, which led to the next thing, and that is the laundering of anti-Semitism under the very cover of anti-racism, to the point that the Anti-Racism Secretariat in the Canadian government was giving a grant to a leading anti-Semitic group in Canada, which had been engaging in hate for years. My wife is sitting here where the leader of that group had been harassing her as well at the university, which leads me to the next, and it's the laundering of anti-Semitism under universal public values, under the protective cover of the UN, the authority of international law, the culture of human rights, and yes, I mentioned the struggle against racism. No time to go into those particulars, but they're there. And this leads me to the next one, what I would call the most serious finding, number 7, and that is, while the conventional paradigm of combating anti-Semitism, combat anti-Semitism from the far right, from the far left, radical Islam, still true, except what I found that is most disturbing is what I would call the increasing mainstreaming, normalizing, legitimation of anti-Semitism in the popular culture, the political culture, the media culture, the sports culture, the entertainment culture, and in particular in the campus culture, and the absence of outrage. And finally, as I said, rising level of hate crimes in Canada. Jews are 1% of the population, yet are the target of close to 60% of all religiously motivated hate crime. Incendiary hate speech, as you know, in terms of what is happening in the social media, I need not go beyond that. Let me just conclude by the most important finding, both historical and contemporary, and that is anti-Semitism is toxic to democracies. It's an assault on our common humanity. It's a standing injustice. Jews cannot and should not be asked to combat anti-Semitism alone. It's an individual and collective responsibility for all those who want to protect our democracy, protect human rights, and protect human dignity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ariel, floor is yours. You can step up. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I know.
Hi. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Dr. Vidino, and esteemed panel members, it's a pleasure and honor to be here today. In the limited time I have, I would like to discuss and present our recent article, Why Jihad, How White Supremacists Adopt Jihadi Narratives, Aesthetics, and Tactics, co-authored by Professor Karina Hon and Professor Asaf Mogadam and myself of Reichman University. Without going further, in recent years, the phenomenon of white jihad, the phenomenon of white jihad, initially conceived as a weaponized humor, has taken a dangerous terrorist dimension. This trend found its origins in the British neo-Nazi organization National Action and gained traction through its affiliate, the Atomwaffen Division. Subsequently, it disseminated throughout what is now known as the neo-fascist accelerationist or siege-inspired community or ideological milieu. This milieu advocates for the subversion and destabilization of liberal societies through both violent and non-violent tactics and the propagation of fascism, racism, Nazism, anti-LGBTQ+ sentiments, anti-Semitism, and even sexual violence and terrorism. One notable instance of white jihad involved Eitan Milzer. Eitan Milzer was a neo-Nazi Satanist who infiltrated the US Army and was willing to sacrifice his own life as part of a jihadi attack against his own unit. Meltzer, who identified as an anarcho-fascist, was a follower of the Order of the Nine Angles. The 09A philosophy encourages followers to infiltrate law enforcement, to the military, to extremist groups spanning the ideological spectrum, and to engage in criminal, immoral, and even terrorist activities, all with the aim of destabilizing what it calls the Magian world, or which is representative of the Judeo-Christian sphere of influence. Founded in the early 70s, Britain, the 09A has evolved into a transnational, decentralized, and leaderless network of like-minded individuals and groups. This network has influenced many, including prominent members of National Action and the Atomwaffen Division, among others. Notably, the life journey of David Mayat, the alleged founder of the 09A, further emphasizes the 09A's impact. Mayat's conversion to Islam, endorsement of suicide bombings, and efforts to merge National Socialism and Islam provide legitimacy to those who view jihadism positively or contemplate conversions to Islam. The 09A's, I apologize. The 09A's philosophy and history play an important role in fostering fused extremism, while 09A-affiliated organizations, primarily the Atomwaffen Division, have laid the groundwork for the neo-fascist accelerationist movement. This movement continues to incite, inspire, and mobilize others worldwide to engage in violent activities, including in countries such as Spain, Italy, Finland, Argentina, and beyond. Now, in our article, we defined white jihad as the appropriation, utilization, or glorification by white supremacist actors of content, aesthetics, nomenclature, or action repertoires generally associated with jihadi actors, or vice versa. We also argued that white jihad is a manifestation of fused extremism. And fused extremism is a process in which members of one violent extremist in-group derive inspiration from one or more violent extremist out-groups. They also integrate their terminology and symbolism, support their actions, and finally legitimize collaboration with other extremists. Understanding the white jihad phenomenon requires considering its historical context. In other words, How do white supremacists legitimize their pro-Islam, pro-jihad views? The answer is simple: by highlighting Hitler's relations with the Mufti, Haj Amin al-Husseini, by highlighting the involvement of Muslims in the Nazi SS, and by focusing on Nazi propaganda during and after the war. For example, emphasizing Nazis who settled in the Middle East and continued the war against Israel from there. Others, including some individuals like David Mayat, Ahmed Huber, and others, also contributed to bridge between these two extreme movements. Fused extremism changes the threat assessment by creating new, even unknown threat actors. To better understand this phenomenon, we need to explore the dynamics between different violent extremist actors. In 2006, the British political scientist Roger Itwell coined the term cumulative extremism, which describes a process in which one form of extremism provokes a reaction from another form of extremism. The interaction between these two sides is not necessarily negative. And in some cases, we can see how the enemy of my enemy, how both sides can see what they have in common and fight together against a shared enemy. This concept of the enemy of my enemy might blur the boundaries between extremist ideologies. Law enforcement expressed concerns about this new form of extremism, introducing new terms to describe it. For example, the British government called it mixed, unstable, and uncleared category, while Christopher Wray, the FBI director, described it as salad bar, a category used when attacks are motivated, and I'm quoting, by incoherent belief systems combined with kind of personal grievances. Some scholars and researchers recently focus on this nexus as well, emphasizing the movement from one side to another, or the fluidity of the fringes, if you want, according to Gartenstein Ross and others, or side switching, according to Daniel Kohler's great book, which I really recommend. Others focus on shared characteristics or suggested new terms to introduce to understand this phenomenon, including ideological convergence, hybrid extremism, composite violent extremism, and of course, fused extremism. The most notable example of fused extremism is the case of white jihad. White supremacists use jihadi terminology to promote neo-Nazism. They also use aesthetics such as the Tawhid hand gesture, or normalized and legitimized the idea of takfir. Some of them also praise jihadists or claim that they need to collaborate with jihadists against the shared enemy. Lastly, they also praised jihadists from Osama bin Laden to Omar Mateen and others, and Hezbollah and other jihadi organizations, and they hail jihadists or white supremacists who committed attacks against Jews, portraying them as saints, knights, or heroes that must be followed. To conclude, the white jihad phenomenon represents a complex and evolving challenge in the field of counter-terrorism and content moderation. But this is for another lecture. We must continue to research and analyze this phenomenon to deepen our understanding of the complex dynamics between extremist ideologies and develop effective prevention and intervention strategies. By understanding the root causes, online environment, manifestations, and implications of the white jihad, we can work towards a safer and more inclusive future where extremism of all forms is addressed comprehensively. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try and be very brief because we are limited on time. Today I'm going to be discussing an article that I recently co-wrote with another researcher at this university, Professor Gabriel Wyman, about TamTam, which is a new platform that is being produced by the owners of VK, the male RU group. And we looked at the way that it is being used by extremists as an alternative platform as they're migrating away from the more named or traditional platforms such as terrorist websites, and then even traditional social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. Just briefly on extremism on the internet, we know that terrorists have utilized the internet from its very earliest stages, and as new pieces of technology, such as social media platforms, social networking tools have emerged, they have been quick to exploit these platforms for their own purposes, whether that's radicalization, recruitment, fundraising, or just communication. What we've seen, though, in recent years, especially related to the far right, is since the mid-2010s, 2015, 2016, we've seen a rise in deplatforming, largely thanks to the efforts of several non-governmental organizations, one of which who has a representative here, the ICT and Tech Against Terrorism. But with this rise of deplatforming, we're seeing extremists look for alternative platforms. Where do we go next? The one that is most popular, and Dr. Koch just talked about it, one that is quite often used by accelerationists is Telegram, and they actually refer to themselves as Terrorgram in some of their more recent publications that they've put out in the last 2 years. It's a privacy-oriented messaging application, much like WhatsApp, with end-to-end encryption, but it allows for one-to-one and one-to-many communications as well. It's become very popular because of perceived lower reporting and deplatforming standards as compared to other similarly situated platforms. But with a rise in deplatforming as a result of several mass reporting of far-right channels on these platforms, there's been some question of what alternative strategies or alternative platforms that they can move to. One is TamTam. It was noted in more than a dozen different Telegram groups. They just started to discuss TamTam early last year. In July, August of last year, they began to discuss the potential of them being deplatformed on Telegram and a movement to a new platform. So they would open one and then place a link within their Telegram group saying this is going to be our backup location. And it's believed by these actors, whether it is true or not is debatable, but it's believed by these actors that they will be able to survive there because it's much more permissible. So for this particular study, we decided to identify key terms from the literature in Telegram to try and find all of the channels that we could related to the far right and jihadist groups as well, specifically the Islamic State. And we identified channels using the snowball method, where we were able to find a new channel based on a mention in a previous one that we were aware of. We then used 3 different graduate-level research assistants from the ICT to help us collect more than 1,000 data points over a 3-month period. We then conducted our analysis. In this 12-week period, this 3 months from December to February, we found 9 channels, 7 of which are far-right, and 2 which were jihadists, primarily linked to the Islamic State, and we collected more than 1,000 posts. Of these 1,000 posts, they had more than 3 million views of the post content. What we found is that the far right tends to use this platform primarily for communication and storing textual information that allows them to essentially have an archive should they be deplatformed from other areas. And it's deeply concerning that they're using this almost as my colleague Professor Wyman calls it, a dead drop of online terrorism, where anyone can come and reach this information without fear that it will be removed over time. In addition to that, we did see images, quite graphic, and then some videos, but those were to a much less degree. What about the scale of this? We have not seen yet a mass migration. Much of the discussion about TamTam on Telegram has somewhat ceased. We haven't seen a single post about TamTam since November of last year on Telegram. And it's being primarily discussed even on TamTam itself as a backup or a fallback location if they happen to be deplatformed elsewhere. But it highlights the need for multi-platform monitoring, which several organizations, as I mentioned before, Tech Against Terrorism, who is here, as well as the GIFCT, the Global Internet Forum for Counter-Terrorism, do work on that. But the issue that we have is that we need to design better solutions that target more hesitant or resistant platforms that don't want to get involved in those types of programs, because the GIFCT is largely a voluntary program with hash sharing. I have tried to keep it very, very brief. I've stayed within my time by 30 seconds. Very briefly, if you would like to read the article, it is open access right now, and you can scan that QR code. Additionally, if anyone is interested in discussing the far right, please find my information there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Today I'm going to talk about what is the far right today and what threat does it pose. Instead of Hitler's Third Reich, today's activists more often speak of the Great Replacement and of creating an ethno-state. For those of you who don't know what the Great Replacement is, it is a theory, racist premise that white Americans and Europeans are being actively replaced by non-white immigrants. And it has been the inspiration of many of the right-wing attacks stemming from Buffalo to New Zealand. And rather than marching down streets, they frequently meet on online platforms such as Telegram, 4chan, and most recently gaming platforms, and also conference rooms. While there's an ideational essence that has remained unchanged, societal and technological changes have caused the far right to become more diverse and less predictable, and most disturbingly, very inclusive. While the world has woken up to the fact that terrorists and extremists are abusing the internet, most states are willing to acknowledge that that is not the only threat of extremists that is challenging global security. We also have to look at violent extremism within the lens of geopolitics, as well as within the growing imminent threats of climate change and of pandemics, and of the technological revolution that is literally at our feet. Our citizens are deeply worried, and there's a lot of pain and a growing wave of depression, fear, and anxiety, especially among our young and most vulnerable citizens, our youth. I will highlight what I believe are the fundamental trends of what has made these youth and even adults more vulnerable to the call of the right-wing extremists' camp. The first is what I see as a kaleidoscope of new threats. We see Bugala boys, white supremacists, neo-Nazis, a fringe of violent incels, which are politicized involuntary celibates fueled by the hatred of women. All these groups are moving towards the right-wing camp, and they're being recruited by the right-wing networks. They're becoming transnational, they're cooperating across borders. We see them creating youth camps, they meet at music festivals and at martial arts camps, and they're transnational in the sense what you can see the identitarian movement, the Proud Boy movement, the Atomwaffen Division, the Nordic Resistance Movement. These are all becoming transnational organizations. Moreover, we see more fringe fluidity. There's an experience with one form of extremism can lead to a distinct radicalization pathway and thus facilitates the movement of individuals from one militancy to another. There are several high-profile examples. Well, for example, a Northern Virginian man who was so enamored with both Nazi Germany and the Islamic State. Another characteristic that we see is that these groups share one common element, that is disruption. They hope to disrupt our society and overturn its existing norms, and not just the state, but the whole political, social, and economic order. They also espouse accelerationism. We see that they are now pushing to the complete destruction of the current system by attacking critical infrastructure as a way to accelerate towards the end. This is a huge threat to the US Homeland Security Department. They are talking about how right-wing extremist groups are attacking critical infrastructure, including drones in nuclear sites. So it is very important that we look at right-wing extremism because they are all-encompassing, and they are embracing what we see more and more as directionless adults, people who label themselves within society as neets, not in education, employment, or training. This imagined a society as a hierarchy of winners and losers, alphas and betas. And this alienation of many Generation X millennials from Western economies, but also from government and culture. So there are 3.9 billion active video gamers worldwide, and the gaming community has also become a place where right-wing extremists are thriving. So what do we do about it? We focus on technology because they are also embracing AI, they're embracing employing deep fake in their information operations, printing weapons, high-tech systems, the Internet of Things, the autonomous vehicles. So this all gives them more and more technology. So We are living in a world, as UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres bemoaned, gridlocked in colossal global dysfunction. So what we need to do is focus on having a whole of society and a whole of government approach. I would recommend Finland as a great example of taking the importance of building psychological defense of your society, involving countering disinformation, supporting your population, enhancing societal resilience. Finland has been under attack for a very long time, especially with disinformation campaigns stemming from its neighbor. So it has a long-standing record of understanding the importance of creating digital literacy, media literacy, and cybersecurity, not only focusing on youth, but on all members of society. So I think it is really important that we take a whole of society approach, and this conference is taking a multilateral approach, and I'm deeply grateful for including me and for having me here in this very international and important platform. And I think that sharing ideas is the best way forward. Thank you for your attention.
I'll be sitting if you don't mind. First, I'd like to say that it's a real honor to be here and how much I think we all miss Professor Sprinzak, who was probably the most innovative theoretical thinker when it comes to terrorism, radicalism, right-wing radicalism, and also a very talented writer. You know, when you go back to his books in Hebrew, in English, I don't think that any other scholar have reached his level of mastery of writing, and I, as an avid reader of his work, deeply miss him. What I'd like to discuss is a paradox that is accompanying democracies since late 1940s, which is, to what extent can you eliminate extremism, anti-Semitism, hate speech, and build up an immune democracy, or a democracy that functions and effectively mitigates those threats. And basically, we all know by now that, by excluding parties from party competition, by declaring entities as terrorist organizations, we do very little. We have governments are huge bureaucracies with many limitations that cannot effectively counter domestic unrest or domestic actors that are subverting its actual foundations. And if it's effective, if the government is effective in countering them, it subverts its own foundations, its own democratic foundations like free speech, etc. The most extreme case that I can think of is the United States, where the First Amendment gives you the right to say everything. And basically, I've seen it with the BDS movement back in Texas. And one of the most encouraging things that I've seen is not necessarily the kind of civil society response that we see today in Israel when it comes to the debate over the legal overhaul, but rather a very effective, I need my glasses, a very effective campaign against BDS, which took place in a case that I was involved in, when you're not looking to answer their poisonous, venomous propaganda with anything but counteroffensive. And this is the kind of thing that we should consider. Civil society is not necessarily, a peace-loving or, a come-together movement. It has the right and the ability to operate underneath the shadow that those haters also use. And therefore, and I will conclude with it, the most effective counter-campaign when it came to BDS was the Canary Mission campaign, which actually posted online the names, the pictures, the bios of every BDS activist, including students, professors, etc., on US campuses. And I can tell you that nothing but this action, terrified them. Many of them tried to get rid of this website, but it was very effective. So when we talk about countermeasures, we can think about even this conference, the rising scholarship on radicalism, on anti-Semitism, is a way to counter this, this wave of hatred and radicalism. And I think that we need to think about civil society more openly and not necessarily on one dimension.
Thank you very much. And I think I'm, first of all, very happy that we conclude on a positive note, on things that work and things that can be done and can be done better, and how this conference can be part of it, and also that you managed to finish with 7 seconds to go, which leads us to expectations were low about us ending on time. We actually proved them wrong. So again, apologies for making this very short. Thank you very much to you all for your phenomenal presentations. Thank you all for coming. And I'm not going to say anything further and make you not having lunch. So thank you again.
Good afternoon. Great to see the room is practically full. Hope you guys enjoyed a good lunch. Hope you enjoyed that very nice, cool weather outside with those streams, that New England fall weather outside. I am pleased to invite to the dais Dr. Christian Konert, Jean Monnet Chair, Director of the Jean Monnet Center of Excellence and Director of the Jean Monnet Network on EU Counter-Terrorism from Ireland. And Monnet and Dr. Konert is indeed the Jean Monnet Chair and the Director of the Jean Monnet Center of Excellence and the Director of the Jean Monnet Network on EU Counterterrorism. He is a leading academic in international security with teaching experience in China, Spain, Egypt, Italy, and Ireland. Dr. Konert held multiple key professional roles, including at Dublin City University and the University of South Wales, where he serves as the Director of International Center for Policing and Security. He has obtained several prestigious awards and fellowships and serves on the editorial boards of various academic journals. Top of the afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I want to thank, first and foremost, Professor Boaz Ganoa for having me, for inviting me. It's such a great pleasure to be back here in Israel with friends. So thank you so much for having me today. 3 years ago, we were awarded a prestigious grant that you kindly introduced, the Jean Monnet Network on EU Counterterrorism, EUCTER. We were awarded 3 years ago, and Reichman University was one of our key partners. We had altogether 14 partner institutions in 9 different countries. We did a lot of good work. We organized a number of conferences, notably also here. We were in the United Kingdom, in Spain, in Italy, in a number of European countries. And I think we did a great collaboration. So in that sense, I'm particularly pleased to have the honor to announce that just a couple of weeks ago, we were awarded a Horizon Europe research grant under the Doctoral Network Program. It's called EU GLOCTER, EU Global Counterterrorism. So I'm very, very pleased to announce that. It's, in a sense, a continuation of the great collaboration that we've already been doing for the last 3 years. But it is an enhanced cooperation, if you like, because we now have a really excellent, a star team on the field, if you will. We have 9 excellent key partner institutions. Again, Reichman is one of our prime partner institutions. Other partner institutions, just to give everybody a fair mention, is of course Dublin City University in Ireland, University of South Wales in the United Kingdom, Metropolitan University in Prague in the Czech Republic, the International Center for Counter-Terrorism in The Hague in the Netherlands, the Universidade Juan Carlos in Madrid in Spain, the Jagiellonian University in Poland, the University of Leiden, and of course, I already mentioned Reichman University and also the Egmont Institute in Belgium. So these are our main partners in terms of analyzing EU global counterterrorism. But indeed, we also have 16 associated partners. I apologize that I won't be mentioning every one of them, but altogether, we have a really strong team to analyze EU counterterrorism. Now, terrorism in Europe, of course, is one of the main security threats. Despite what is happening in Europe as well, we can clearly see, and I just compiled a couple of figures from the EU itself. Here, it's not an original figure, it comes from Europol's TSAT report. Just to give you some figures, in 2020, for instance, we had 57 completed, failed, or foiled terrorist attacks. In 2020, we also had 449 arrests on suspicion of terrorist offenses. And in 2021, we had 423 convictions for terrorist offenses. But what is really outstanding here in terms of damage and suffering is, of course, if we look at a number of the terror attacks, just to give you an example of one of the important ones inside the EU, of course, the Paris attacks of November 2015, where we had 130 dead and 350 wounded. but the economic figures of terrorism are really, they are staggering. The EU estimates that between 2004 and 2018, we had 185 billion euros of lost GDP. This is only lost GDP. And in addition to that lost GDP, we had 5.6 billion in lost lives, injuries, and damages to infrastructure. So these are really staggering figures that underline the importance of doing this type of research. What we aim to do is, of course, looking at the role of EU counterterrorism, looking at, in a sense, how now that the EU started building its counterterrorism role, it started building its institutions, it started building its agencies. Of course, Europol is at the forefront of some of those agencies. We have a number of other very, very important developments here. One thing that is also very important, that's what the project really focuses on, that is the foreign policy and geopolitical concerns in relation to counterterrorism. Because, of course, in order to better understand and in order to evaluate counterterrorism policy in the EU and that of its member states, it is necessary to apprehend that particular terrorist threat. What we want to do is to create an elite, a global network, academy of doctoral candidates that are really bringing forward the entire field so that Europe is able to much better tackle this particular terrorist threat, hand in hand with countries such as Israel that are really key partners. And I think my time is coming to an end, so I don't want to spend too much time dwelling on this, but just to mention that this is meant to be a real key innovative change in the research of counterterrorism. This is, over the next 4 years, going to advance the research agenda. This is going to create really key academics that are going to drive the field. And I look forward to create this new academic world with you, with our partners, with all the distinguished guests that we have here. And I look forward to working with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your interesting words. It's now my pleasure to call on Chrissy Barrett, who's the Assistant Commissioner of Counterterrorism and Special Investigations for the Australian Federal Police. She has held key roles such as Assistant Commissioner of Southern Command and Deputy Chief Police Officer of ACT Policing. Barrett holds a Police Overseas Service Medal and an Operations Medal for the Bali bombings. Her education focuses on policing leadership and management, as well as criminal justice. She has represented Australia at Five Eyes law enforcement working groups. Ms. Barrett, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. As just introduced, my name is Chrissy Barrett and I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism and Special Investigations with the Australian Federal Police. I would first like to start by thanking the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism for providing the invitation for me to provide this address today. And I'm very honoured to be one of a number of Australian law enforcement senior executives that have spoken at this conference over the last few years. I will also apologise in advance that I have brought quite a cough with me all the way from Australia. So if I need to take a break, please bear with me. But I will get started because that very aggressive clock is looming right in front of me. So as Assistant Commissioner Counter-Terrorism and Special Investigations, I oversee a command which spans not only across Australia, but has a global reach with deployment of dedicated members all over the world. The CTSI command has a broad remit and is responsible for not only counter-terrorism, but also special investigations, which encompasses espionage and foreign interference in the AFP. October last year marked 20 years since the tragic bombing in Bali, in which 202 people were killed, including 88 Australians. The terrible impacts of the Bali bombings continue to be felt by countless people affected by the loss of loved ones during this tragic incident, as well as by the survivors who continue to live with the physical and psychological scars of the attack. The Bali bombings, along with the tragic events of September 11, were really central in reshaping Australia's overarching national security approach. The September 11 attack led to the establishment of the current counter-terrorism framework we have in Australia, and this includes the establishment of joint counter-terrorism teams, or JCTTs, where the AFP works in close partnership with our state and territory police services, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, or ASIO, and other Commonwealth agencies to identify, investigate, prevent and disrupt terrorist activities in Australia. The threat of terrorism in Australia remains enduring. It's increasingly complex and diversified. In November 2022, so just last year, the Australian government lowered the national threat level from probable to possible. However, despite the lowering of the threat level, the terrorism threat remains persistent and our caseload in the AFP endures. We must remain vigilant to ensure that we protect our communities from those who continue to seek to do us harm. The aspirations of terrorist organisations and those directed or influenced by their ideology has not reduced, and the Australian community needs to be assured and can be assured that the Australian Federal Police and our partners continue to do all that we can to maintain public safety. How we adapt and how we respond to this diversified threat landscape will no doubt manifest differently in our respective regions. However, terrorism does not exist in a vacuum, we all know that, and our ability to combat extremist objectives is stronger when we work together across national boundaries and collectively with our international partners. Today I'd like to just touch on the complexity, diversification and the compounding nature of the threat actors and the threat drivers that we're seeing in the current counter-terrorism environment. These include the enduring risks of religiously motivated violent extremism, particularly with the declining security situation in Afghanistan and other malgoverned environments. The threat of domestic attacks from lone actors is ongoing and has further compounded the threat of more sophisticated attack planning emanating from Syria, Iraq and Afghanistan. Secondly, the increase in ideologically motivated violent extremism, as we are seeing the number of individuals who adhere to the various narratives, including nationalist and racist ideologies, continues to grow and spread across the country. The online environment, which has allowed violent extremists to amplify their impact, particularly during COVID-19, through the sharing of extremist propaganda and material from anywhere and everywhere in the world. We continue to respond to an increasing prevalence of youth being radicalised online, with the youngest individual being just 12 years of age. The threat of terrorist acts being committed by high-risk terrorist offenders who are released into the community after a period of incarceration. This is enduring and it will continue to increase for us in Australia. There also remains an ongoing threat of religiously motivated terrorism in our broader region, with terrorist plots from terror groups aligned to ISIS or AQ continuing to be disrupted. The AFP will continue to engage and must continue to engage with our international partners to disrupt these threats in our broader region. I'll also just briefly touch on the significance of community engagement in countering violent extremism, including the important work that we do to undertake and build meaningful relationships within our communities to ensure that people are empowered to identify but also respond when they think someone may be radicalised. With consideration of all these threat drivers, it highlights the work undertaken by the AFP, where it encompasses that whole life cycle of a terrorist offender. So starting with the identification of threats and leads, through to our joint counter-terrorism investigations, into custodial management, onto enduring risk investigations, then finally to the management of an individual in the community following their release from custody. So in relation to Australia's response to terrorism, global and regional turmoil, political instability and conflict around the world, that all fuels the terrorism threat, and you're all very well aware of that. These events provide extremists with opportunities to exploit the concerns and vulnerabilities of groups and individuals, especially where governance and legislation is weak and security conditions allow extremism to develop. The pervasiveness of the internet has enabled a borderless environment for extremist reach. Technology today is far more advanced than ever before, enabling people to connect via new and innovative platforms that feed digital algorithms. These algorithms are contributing to the creation of echo chambers that shift technology users' patterns of exposure. The imagery and the propaganda of violent extremists in Europe or in the Middle East is accessed as easily in Australia as anywhere else in the world. Extremists are able to easily connect and engage with others, including our young people, to recruit and radicalise from the other side of the globe. Despite the focus of government and industry to implement mechanisms that prevent extremist material being easily accessible online, violent extremists are adept at subverting these efforts. Australia's experience of terrorism has been substantially focused on the ongoing threat of religiously motivated violent extremism, or RMVE, with individuals who maintain an RMVE ideology prominently aligned to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State or their affiliates. This violent extremist ideology is the primary threat driver for our existing high-risk terrorist offender cohort and those who remain offshore in the Australian Foreign Terrorist Fighters cohort. The AFP, along with ASIO, has been vocal in our concern that the threat of ideologically motivated violent extremism or IMVE is real and it is growing. The primary threat driver for our current IMVE counter-terrorism caseload is nationalist and racist violent extremism. However, we also see a broad spectrum of people with anti-government sentiment and specific issue grievances who may also radicalise to violence. Nationalist and racist violent extremists in Australia continue to espouse a narrative of hatred that is driven by white supremacy, neo-Nazi, anti-Muslim, anti-Indigenous and anti-Semitic sentiments. These individuals are connected through smaller fractious groups and or digitally connected to like-minded organisations or individuals nationally and internationally. This is reflected in Australia's listing of 3 IMVE-related terrorist organisations, namely the Nationalist Socialist Order, Sonnenkrieg Division and the Base as designated terrorist entities. This should not be taken to mean that any person who holds anti-government or other grievances is viewed as committing terrorism offences. There has been significant commentary in Australia and around the world regarding anti-government protests that in the majority have been peaceful. While there may have been a minority of individuals involved in these protests that have held IMVE views, these protests have by and large been a combination of individuals who hold a wide variety of anti-government views, where behaviour has remained largely peaceful, or where there have been instances of public disorder. These have been responded to quickly by our state and territory police. The threat of terrorism has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. We all know that. We witnessed how the social restrictions of the pandemic saw individuals and groups espousing anti-government and anti-vaccination sentiment and created opportunities for extremist groups to present their ideologies as solutions to isolated, frustrated and vulnerable communities. The pandemic also saw a significant increase in reliance on the online environment to allow individuals to remain connected. Unfortunately, this also allowed violent extremists to exploit the online arena to amplify their impact through the spreading of propaganda, including politically motivated violence and the radicalisation and recruitment of vulnerable individuals. This led us to see an increase in the radicalisation of some of our most vulnerable members in our community, our young people. We are witnessing a significant decrease in the age of youth involved in terrorism-related activity, with children, as I said, as young as 12 being radicalised. Of particular concern to the AFP is the activity identified online, as well as in the real-world environment, including violence in schools, planning for possible attacks on other students and teachers, including the production of explosives. We're also seeing extremist group members and associates accessing popular online games in a bid to recruit and radicalise young Australians. We've identified the use of online gaming platforms by both religiously and ideologically motivated violent extremist groups who are encouraging extremist ideologies and exposing youth to dangerous content, including violent recreations of actual terrorist events and abhorrent violence against others. Our investigations have revealed these young people hold RMVE, IMVE, or indeed a mixed or unclear ideology, which is influenced by other contributing factors. Some of the commonalities that have been identified across these radicalised youths include neurodiversity, such as autism and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, family circumstances such as absentee parents, family dysfunctions, and trauma. We find many of these youths socially isolated have been subject to bullying and looking for inclusion, belonging or purpose. These factors are compounded by the normal vulnerabilities of youth and adolescent development. We are seeing vulnerable and isolated youth being radicalised through high levels of exposure and access to online extremist material, and we continue to expand our investigative focus in this domain to assist partners in various prevention efforts, early intervention mechanisms and diversion processes when engaging youth. It is not the role of the AFP to provide non-law enforcement therapeutic treatment options to radicalised youth, so we work very closely with our state and territory support services who are responsible for providing that wraparound support services to the impacted youths. As an example, we recently conducted an investigation into a young 20-year-old male who resided in a rural location, had affiliations with known IMVE extremist groups, and was in communication through encrypted chat groups with dozens of other members around the world. In these groups and others, he was observed discussing carrying out a mass killing, posting about live streaming a shooting, advocating for the killing of non-whites, requesting assistance and exchanging material for bomb making, and suggesting the targeting of high-profile enemies, including former heads of state. He also praised and was inspired by previous right-wing mass shooters who had committed attacks offshore. This young male was disrupted through overt police action and successfully prosecuted. On closer examination, this youth had been diagnosed with mild autism spectrum disorder, was socially isolated and had learning difficulties. Concerns held regarding his interest in bomb making and threats of physical violence to students and peers at school had been reported to police. This young male was also posting online for others to commit a terrorist attack in support of Islamic State and was looking for guidance from others offshore. In addition to the JCTT investigation, there were other support arrangements put in place for the young male, including a countering violent extremism program, religious mentoring, psychological treatment, and attempts to divert him from violence. In such cases, the primary concern remains the ability of police, parents, and schools to connect with disengaged and at-risk youth. A number of sectors play critical roles in the lives of young people who may be vulnerable to radicalisation, including education, community organisations, child protection, youth justice, mental health, and law enforcement. Unfortunately, in this case, despite the significant engagement and treatments from the support services, we were not able to mitigate the risks of this escalating behaviour through non-law enforcement action, and he was arrested. The investigation of this young male is reflective of many other similar counter-terrorism operations and the nature of the threat that we are seeking to address. Threat identification is particularly difficult in the online environment, with the need to assess what are genuine threats, whether it be through their own potential for violence or the intended incitement of others. We attempt to prevent and disrupt these individuals at an early stage, noting that an arrest and charge and exposure to the criminal justice system is not in their long-term interest and is not the best outcome. This challenge is illustrative of the threat and the complexities for the JCTTs and whole of government partners in seeking a proportionate police response to support and divert these youths rather than arrest and charge if possible. Of course, all the while protecting the community from the serious harm. So how are these trends being reflected in the AFP Counter-Terrorism Command workload? And I'm desperately running out of time here. So since January 2020, there's been a significant ongoing effort to maintain the safety of Australian public, and in that time, we've seen 4 major CT disruptions and 5 terrorist acts. Additionally, there have been a range of other people charged with terrorism and other offences disrupted at an early stage. And I'll just finish off, because I am running out of time, just by briefly touching. In March 2021, the AFP created an additional CT policing stream. We established the Enduring Risk Investigations element of the CTSI command. Enduring risk investigations are responsible for the management of high-risk terrorist offenders released into the community after incarceration and the risks that these individuals continue to present to the community. Like many of our international partners, Australia is adapting to managing this risk and the risk posed by these convicted offenders being released into the community following a period of incarceration. The high-risk terrorist offender, or HARTO cohort, is an ever-increasing group who will require constant and ongoing management for many years to come. Through Australia's terrorism legislation, the AFP has a suite of post-sentence measures available for consideration, including continuing detention orders, extended supervision orders and control orders designed to mitigate the risks posed by HARTOs. Managing the enduring risk within the community requires significant effort across all policing capabilities to ensure compliance and enforcement. Many of the released offenders to date have positively reintegrated into the community and are no longer subject to any post-sentence orders. However, what is alarming is that the AFP has charged 10 individuals for breaching their post-sentence orders. In one circumstance, we saw an individual breach their control order within days through their online access to extremist material. This really reinforces the importance of the management of offenders post their release. Notably in Australia, where we are yet to really fully understand the full extent of the risk posed by most of our serious terrorist offenders, as the majority are still serving their custodial sentence. And I will just wrap up there in conclusion because I've gone over time. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I'd like to commend the extensive work that's gone into organising this conference, and I personally thank each and every one of you for being here today. The increasing complex and diversified caseload of counter-terrorism investigations within Australia has demonstrated that the terrorism threat has definitely not abated. To remain successful, the AFP heavily relies on our partnerships with the community, our domestic and international colleagues, and the private sector, given the emerging prevalence of youth and the threats that the online environment poses. The AFP continues to work hand in hand with our state and territory, international and intelligence partners each and every day to ensure the continued safety of all Australians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chrissy, for a fascinating report. There's a lot in common, Chrissy, that you spoke about here, that others spoke about from Europe and from North America, especially all this intensive online terrorism, anti-Semitism. And in fact, I read an article which discusses where the Australian Zionist Federation mentions that 50% of the students who are Jewish in Australia hide their identity. And so really, what you're saying really rings home. And we commend the Australian security folks who managed to nail these people on the internet and the legislation that you're doing, because if it's shared at a conference like this, others can emulate it. And this is exactly what we have this conference for, to share that kind of information. So hats off to you from down under. All right. Now it's a pleasure to introduce Colonel Sean Morrow. He's a West Point graduate with a distinguished military career, including deployments in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Korea. He was involved in trilateral talks between North and South Korea, representing the United Nations Command. Furthermore, he acted as an assistant professor at West Point, holds an advanced degree in political science and Irish studies. Currently, he is a PhD candidate at the University of Chicago. Irish studies. That's interesting. Talk about that. Top of the morning to you. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for having me today. This is my first time to Israel, and I promise that I don't think it will be the last. First, I bring condolences from West Point on the passing of Shabtai Shavit. We are all lucky that such leaders lived, and may we be inspired by his example of a life lived in service to his country and to his fellow citizens. Professor Reichman, Professor Gnor, thank you not only for including the Combating Terrorism Center in this incredible conference, but for the continuous and growing partnership we have achieved together. When I took this job, your welcome was meaningful, but your drive to expand our partnership was even more meaningful. Colonel Eisen, I'm very, very excited to continue to expand this partnership under your leadership. As many of you know, the Sentinel is our flagship publication. With Professor Gnor's vision and Mr. Stevie Weinberg's patience, we now routinely feature an ICT article in the Sentinel, and are happy to share that in honor of today's conference, we did an early release of the 4th article in this partnership, titled In Word and Deed, Global Jihad and the Threats to Israel and the Jewish Community, by ICT's very own Lorena Atias-Lavoski, Itan Azani, Michael Barak, and CTC's longtime colleague, fellow, and friend, Asaf Mogedem. I encourage you to read their analysis on jihad rhetoric and attacks against Israel and the global Jewish community. While I won't spoil the whole story, you should know that a combination of Israeli diplomacy and Israeli military strength serve as a powerful shield to a persistent threat. If you don't currently read the Sentinel, I encourage you to not only subscribe to our free journal, but contribute to it. Our editorial team of Paul Krushenk and Christina Hummel do tremendous work delivering cutting-edge analysis from this global community of scholars, policymakers, and practitioners each and every month, and your insight will only make that product better. The Combating Terrorism Center at West Point strives to serve in a way modeled by ICT. We were founded only a few years after. We want to be a place where partnerships grow, where ideas are shared, and where together we can reduce the real and present threats posed by violent extremist organizations. So for these remarks, I thought about sharing some recent scholarship from our talented team at CTC, or perhaps providing some insight on the threat landscape. And to be perfectly honest, I originally planned to talk about the evolution and future of definitions of terrorism. That is, until I saw I was going to be followed by Professor Alex Schmid. I may not be a smart man, but I'm smart enough to know that me trying to talk about definitions of terrorism on the same stage as Dr. Schmidt would be like a young Luke Skywalker explaining the Jedi Force to Master Yoda. Instead, on this afternoon, on the last day of the conference, I want to offer something to think about. A small framework that we believe is essential for the future of our field. Driving on Highway 20 from Ben Gurion Airport to Tel Aviv, you'll notice a bright yellow building, and it's a quote from Albert Einstein. Imagination is more important than knowledge. The rest of this quote, which does not fit on the building, is that imagination is more important than knowledge because knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress and giving birth to evolution. Talking about imagination on September 12th is appropriate. Everyone here is familiar with the conclusions of the United States 9/11 Commission report, that a major contributing factor to that tragedy was a failure of imagination. A failure of imagination. So what does that mean? And how do we ensure that we don't commit that same failure again? First, we should acknowledge that a failure of imagination is a natural product for all of us in the face of a persistent threat. Our policymakers and practitioners rarely have the space to look beyond analyzing the knowledge we have and making their recommendations to disrupt the closest and most imminent threats. As scholars, we respond to this phenomena by researching topics that have an immediate, tangible effect. It can be difficult to receive the support and funding to pursue and study events with remote possibilities. To conduct research that deals with hypotheticals may not even have a ready audience. Although those in the immediate intelligence and security fight might have an interest in those possibilities, I assure you it's rare for them to have the resources to spend on something that is not probable. Every dollar, every analyst allocated to obscure possibilities is a dollar or an analyst not evaluating the most clear and present dangers. To simplify this dilemma into basic economics, it's a supply and demand problem. And the demand is justifiably for work and knowledge on what known threat groups are doing now and what our data and evidence tell us they might do in the future. So how do we address this? In 2014, after reading the fictional work World War Z, the United States Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dempsey, went to the Pentagon and asked his admirals and generals, what would we actually do if we faced zombies? And now, while we all know General Dempsey certainly did not believe that zombies may be our next national security challenge, these are actually the kind of questions we might want to explore in our field. Why? Because taking a very small amount of time to think about the impossible makes us more comfortable dealing with the far boundaries of what actually is possible. Those unlikely scenarios expand our imagination of what might occur, but even more importantly, these scenarios help us find gaps in our responses and in our preparedness. It's worth remembering that in the months leading up to 2001, NORAD suggested injecting an exercise that examined how we would respond to a hijacked commercial airline crashing into the Pentagon. The plan was dismissed as remote, and instead that exercise was reallocated towards dealing with the threats posed by North Korea. Similarly, Richard Clarke had originally imagined the possibility of aircraft crashing into venues at the Olympics in 1996. And he talked about this in a memo to Secretary Rice in early 2001. He asked her, imagine the morning after, with hundreds dead. It wasn't really an absence of imagination, but instead, the scope and scale of our imagination was not large enough. So what are the practical ways that we can address this? Especially as resources for our field become more and more limited. I offer 3 suggestions: leadership, time, and asking bigger and more uncomfortable questions. First, it requires that leaders like you make it a priority. You in this room have the ability to challenge your teams to give even a small amount of focus to this endeavor. It's vital that ideas that even sound foolish are considered. Remember that we're asking people, analysts, scholars, who pride themselves on being correct, to operate in an area where they will most likely be wrong, coming up with ideas about threats in groups that might never materialize, thankfully. But a professor once told me that a hypothesis proven wrong is still an important and valid study as it contributes to our expanding knowledge. The second answer to this is time. What if only once a month we took just 1 hour to think about things beyond the realm of the present and the possible, to let our imaginations go to places that seem both uncomfortable and highly unlikely? I encourage directors and managers to build in even the smallest amount of time to this exercise for your teams as well. Once a quarter, or even just twice a year, a short meeting, even a lunch. Bring the team together and challenge each other to consider threats that may even be stranger than fiction. The third challenge is to be bold. And this may sound dark, but imagine not 100, as Mr. Clarke proposed, but 10,000 casualties in a single event. How could that even happen? Where could it happen? Who has the power to make it happen? Even if they're not known adversaries, who could do it and with what weapons? Who can do that by generating infrastructure failures or through cyber means, through food supply disruptions? When tragedies unrelated to terrorism happen in the world, consider how the groups we study or groups yet unknown could manufacture similar outcomes. These natural disruptions and tragedies happen more often than we'd like. A ship stuck in the Suez, an energy meltdown in an unexpected Texas winter, a pandemic, a flood. Chaos is all around us. And if we are not imagining how our adversaries could replicate this at scale and in a very targeted manner, then they're already ahead of us, and we're already behind. Last, consider the unlikeliest of allies. Work is expanding on ideologically agnostic terror. But what would happen if AQ and ISIS were to really truly unite? Very improbable, but what if? What if the violence we see on the African continent could become quickly and cheaply exportable at scale? What if lone wolves figured out a way to synchronize 1,000 on a day on a continent? As we leave here today, we have to commit to doing work with the knowledge that we have. That's our most important job. The threats that we face and the security we seek demands our attention to known evidence and real data. But if we want to be truly prepared and mentally agile, we have to exercise our imagination in our field. Even if the scenarios we create never come to fruition, the simple act of considering them enhances our preparation, it exercises our mental agility, and when we suddenly face something we've never seen before, it doesn't feel so unfamiliar. So recently, a very senior United States Army general told our team at CTC, the United States may have changed its primary focus away from terrorism in our national security strategy, but I assure you that the violent extremist organizations have not changed theirs. The work that all of you in this room have done is tremendous and continues to keep our world safer than it is without you. Our founder at CTC said the CTC exists so that when others stop paying attention, we will not. That's where we are right now. In our country, our resources are understandably pivoting to larger threats to our national security. But we need scholars, practitioners, and policymakers to continue to keep their finger on the pulse of the terror threat. I mentioned the meaning of September 12th, at the start of this talk when thinking about the need for greater imagination. But my closing remarks are actually about why September 12th is such a meaningful symbol today. While these are polarizing times in global politics, it's helpful to remember that for a brief period after 9/11, people put aside differences locally, nationally, and internationally to come together, first to take care of each other, but also to commit to a common goal to never let it happen again. Here in Israel, where the threat is visceral, it's an important day to recommit to all of our work and to recommit to each other, and I'm honored to do that with all of you today. Thank you.
First of all, Sean and I are wearing the same shoes. Okay, the exact same shoes, by the way. Secondly, Sean, I think you're going to be very proud of yourself because you're a colonel in the United States Army and you served in war zones under fire, and then you went and did a PhD. You kind of like replicated Professor Ganor, who was a lieutenant colonel of the intelligence, then completed his PhD at the Hebrew University. Eitan Azani, who was head of the Lebanese desk, a colonel in the Israeli Armed Forces, and completed a PhD. And I think that when you're going to be teaching your students and doing your research, the combination of the scholarship together with your combat experience makes you a very well-rounded counter-terrorist, and you're young, and that's important. And there's a new generation of people like you to keep the United States and the world safer. So you can be very proud of yourself. Okay. Now we have a veteran, about the same age as me, I think. All right, and a veteran of this conference. Our next speaker is Professor Eric Schmidt, and he is a distinguished fellow of the International Center for Counter-Terrorism, ICCT, The Hague, and co-editor of its journal Perspectives on Terrorism. He was until 2009 also co-editor of the journal Terrorism and Political Violence, and is the editor of the Routledge Handbook of Terrorism Research and of the ICCT Handbook of Terrorism Prevention and Preparedness. Dr. Schmidt has been a NATO Research Fellow and a member of the Partnership for Peace Consortium of Directors of Research Institutes in the field of security studies. Previous positions included Director of the Center for the Study of Terrorism and Political Violence at the University of St. Andrews, Scotland, and Officer in charge of the Terrorism Prevention Branch of UNODC in Vienna. Currently, he is one of the 3 directors of the Terrorism Research TRI, or consortium of institutes and scholars engaged in collaborative efforts to study terrorism. He has more than 225 book chapters, articles, reports, and other publications to his name. And you're a veteran of this conference. We see you here every year. And St. Andrews has a very nice golf course. The floor is yours.
It's always a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank Boaz Ganor for inviting me once again. I will not talk about definitions. Actually, I'm quite happy with Boaz's definition, and since mine, it was shorter than his, namely terrorism as peacetime equivalence of war crimes, comes close to his. Anyway. What I did is I tried to test what we know, and nobody, even if he reads 24 hours, 7 days a week, can overlook the field any longer. So I decided to do some survey. Actually, I had done that already 2.5 years ago, but now I repeated it. Then I called it a glimpse. Now I called it a look. But the sample I had was not much bigger, 50 plus people answered. First, I asked about 24 experts, what are the 10 most important questions to ask them? And on the basis of their responses, I get these 10 questions, of which you see here the second half. And who answered these questions? Well, we aimed it at the directors of the 200 programs, think tanks, research centers on terrorism. And we had more than a dozen responses from them, but we had even more from academics. And there were, of course, overlaps of these responses. Well, first we asked, what are you doing now? And here you see that the field is a bit broader than AQ and IS, that it also includes Buddhist and Hinduist extremist groups. Gender-based violence is coming up as a specific new area, incel terrorism. But the biggest growth area is number 5, anti-government extremism, that has really taken hold. And if you look at global databases, it doesn't show up because much of it is a bit under the threshold of terrorism. But if you look at national databases, for instance, the Bundeskriminalamt's MOTRA, Monitoring and Trend Analysis Database, and if you talk to people in mayors, for instance, in Germany, I talk to, then you see that threats against public officials is really a fast-growing threat. I asked also, what do you plan to do in the near future? And as so often, the future is a continuation of the present. But of course, one topic that came up was the impact of climate change directly and indirectly through the migration pressures from the Sahel, for instance, towards Europe. It's expected by UN that 150 million people will be displaced between now and 2050 in the world, and you can imagine that that can create some xenophobia. So that is an area that needs to be studied. Another question is, where do you see progress? Well, there has been progress, but the PowerPoint doesn't show it. The progress I was most pleased with to see is the development of the concept of stochastic terrorism. That is an indirect form of terrorism that is greatly facilitated, but not only depending on the internet. Somebody says this is a guy, is an enemy of the people, and people are sometimes picking up this idea. I remember in the 1970s when we studied the influence of TV violence on real-life violence, and somebody said only 1 in 7,000 people imitates what he sees on TV. But with audiences of hundreds of millions, of course, that is a dreadful prospect. But this stochastic terrorism has really taken on, and it's not only in the right-wing area that it's happening. Many of the attacks that were attributed to Al-Qaeda after 9/11 were in fact not directly financed, instructed, guided, but were imitated by people who liked the ideology and thought they could contribute to the cause. So when populist leaders and in government and out of government identify public enemies, this is very bad development, and unfortunately they cannot, in some areas, in some countries where there is a First Amendment, easily be charged. So these are some of the areas that were identified by our experts as understudied. The victims of terrorism, they're often deplored, their prayers are with them, but they have not been studied. But some victims are worth studying because there are chains of victims becoming perpetrators because of revenge, and perpetrators becoming victims, and many perpetrators actually see themselves, rightfully or wrongly, as victims. So the victim aspect needs to be studied. somehow over the years, terrorism has been applied more and more to non-state actors, but we heard it in the last 2 days with what Iran does in the world, and probably also what Russia does, not only in the Ukraine. It is an area that we should turn our attention to more than it's happening to now. One problem that's eternal is how to measure the effectiveness in counterterrorism. I mean, unfortunately, many of these big events in the war on terror in Afghanistan and Iraq have been, well, counterproductive counterterrorism in some ways. We have, when it comes to measuring, indexing and comparing non-state terrorism, we have a global terrorism index, which is developed on the basis of START's database and now on Dragonfly's database by the Australian Institute for Economics and Peace. It uses just 4 indicators and then looks at all the countries and ranks them. In my view, it's not a very good indicator, but we don't have anything like that in the field of counterterrorism. And if we would want to construct such a barometer of counterterrorism, we would have to pick as many as possible of these variables. Now, the US State Department in its annual reports has some overviews of what countries does. On a minor scale, Europol also looks at some of these indicators, but it needs to be systematized. We see such barometers, for instance, for conflicts by the Heidelberg Institute. We see such barometers for organized crime by my former colleague Mark Shaw, who is now working out of New York. So these are some areas where there are research gaps. I see the clock is ticking like hell, so I have to race through that. But so much depends on high-quality data, and high-quality data require, again, a common definition for databases, and it requires funding. The world of terrorism study is strewn with databases that came to an end because funding was ended. Another issue that was identified by our experts were the gaps between what academia knows and what government knows. And the feeling was often that academia was further than government, and it was a question of speaking truth to power. In Israel, this relationship is excellent, but in other countries, it leaves a lot to be desired. Then another question addressed the issue of radicalization and its prevention. And what is still the gold standard in Europe, at least, is the Aarhus model based on community work. Then countering violent extremism, it has become a growth industry, almost an industry. But again, we know very little about what works. We need replication studies, we need evaluation studies more than we have. Of course, the subject area is very difficult to study. But one area where really investment is worthwhile and cannot be counterproductive, I think, is in the area of creating narratives and counter-narratives to those of the terrorists. Of course, the basis of it is that what we preach is also what we practice. If there is a gap between what we say and what we do, then whatever we say will look hypocritical. But I think in this area we have to invest more, and it is a investment that is well worthwhile. Then at the end, we did some horizon scanning, what is going well. in the field, and I think the quality has improved tremendously. Some years ago, Mark Sageman complained that the field of terrorism research was stagnating. Nobody could say that these days. Each second year, I organize a competition for the best PhD thesis in the field of terrorism, counter-terrorism, and I've done that over the years, and I see tremendous sophistication and improvement. So there are good developments in the study of terrorism and its application in policies. However, now that there has been a shift of government funding away from terrorism studies to big power competition, there is a danger that some of the money invested in this field gets lost as researchers change sides. If you think everything has been studied and studied long enough, I have here 6 topics which I think should be studied in more depth. These are studies suggested by some of our experts, and if you have a PhD student who is looking for a subject, give him one of these and let me know. These then are all the people, and some of them actually sitting here in the room, who contributed to that survey I did, of which I only gave you a teaser. In the December issue of Perspectives on Terrorism, you will see a long report with more than 500 answers to these 10 questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alex. If we find some PhDs, we'll send them your way, especially since we were recognized 3 years ago at the university to award PhDs. So we'll be in contact with you. And now, actually, you have earned a break. Between now and 4 o'clock, drink a lot of coffee, come back bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and at 4 o'clock, we will resume with Lior Lotan, the one and only Lior Lotan, who will be the moderator.
Odd Matt. All right. Good afternoon to everybody here. It is a real pleasure and always an honor to be here with this familiar and well-known figures. I'm seeing very familiar faces, and with the establishment and under the umbrella of ICT and Reichman University. The next panel is dedicated to the memory of a graduate of law school at Reichman University, Lieutenant Colonel Emmanuel Moreno. Emmanuel was killed in action on August 19, 2006, in a special operation in Lebanon in the Bekaa Valley, just 2 days after the end of the Second Lebanon War. Due to the special nature of his security activities in the IDF and in the Israeli Security Agency, a heavy embargo was imposed on the publication of any detail concerning him, and his picture is the only picture of an IDF soldier that was banned from publication even after his death. In April 2008, Emmanuel received a commendation from the head of Intelligence Division for his many years of service, the Israeli security, and for his special activities during the Second Lebanon War. I personally don't need his picture to be published. I well remember his figure marching all night. I well remember his voice in the tactical radio. We served together in this special unit where we grew up and fought side by side in several operations. A look at Emmanuel presents us a look at modern Israel. He born in France in 1971 to his parents. Came to Israel at the age of 1 year with his family to Jerusalem. In 1976, his grandmother was one of the hostages in Entebbe event. She released, thanks to her foreign passport, with other foreign citizens, and the information she gave to the Israeli authority actually helped the successful of this rescue operation. Emmanuel grew up and was educated in Jerusalem. At the age of 18, he enlisted to Sayeret Matkal unit and reached the rank of lieutenant colonel. During his service, he graduated law school in Reichman University. He married Maya, and he became a father to 3 children. 3-4 years ago in this university, we founded a synagogue under his name in the dormitory of students. During his service, Emmanuel was trained for a sensitive position at the forefront of operational activity that require rare skills and ability. I was thinking about how to describe you his skills under the security concern, and I thought about an orchestra. Think about an orchestra that trained a lot to be perfect, to do the perfect demonstration of this music piece, but sometimes things went wrong with the tools or with the musician or even with the hall. At this time, when the orchestra cannot operate anymore, the jazz expert is standing in the front of the stage and start doing his improvisation, giving time to the orchestra to regroup, reorganize, maybe fix the tools and come back into performance. Make sure the concert is going on. And Emmanuel, as he improvised alone in the front of the stage, he allowed entire orchestra to reset it and adapt and start playing together in harmony again until the end of the concert. Emmanuel was a man of great spirit who lived in a constant demand from himself to improve his standard. His heroism was not spontaneous, but one based on careful analysis, careful planning, careful execution of what was planned. From Emmanuel's life, I remember that until wolf will live in peaceful with the sheep, we, the state of Israel, the people of Israel, we must always to guard our sword, and no less important, to guard our spirit, our faith in righteousness of our way and our unity. For fallen comrade Emmanuel, you will not be forgotten. Thank you for this memorial phase, and we will start this panel speaking about the aspects and the phenomena of hostages, ransomware. In one aspect or one angle of this spectrum, we used to see it in an asymmetric warfare between countries and terror organizations, but recently, and we will hear it from Brian Jenkins, countries start to adopt this kind of methodology to create the asymmetric balance between them and other countries, to use it in this asymmetric warfare between wars to gain their needs, demands, interests. And we will speak about this spectrum of tense between these two sides, methodology that we used to know as part of terror activity that came all over to the operational methods of countries like Iran. We have together the honor this time of Brian Michael Jenkins. It's written here an American expert, but for me it's the American experts on terrorism, that during his over 5 decades of analysis and professional operation in these fields, advises government, private corporation, the Catholic Church, and the Church of England on different terror threat. Brian Jenkins joined the United States Army at age of 19. He served within the 7th Special Forces Group and the 5th Special Forces Group in Vietnam. He also served as a member of the White House Commission on Aviation Safety and Security, as an advisor to the National Commission on Terrorism, as an advisor to the U.S. Department of State, the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and others. Brian Jenkins is the author of many books. Today, he's currently served as a senior advisor to the president of RAND. And for us, that dealing with this profession aspect, Brian is a mentor, an inspiration, and as much as we know you, Brian, I can call you a friend. We will start, and with your permission, I will come to this area. We will start with trying to see this spectrum that I spoke before. Listen, Israel, the state of Israel, facing this issue of ransomware, not ransomware, of captivity, or let's say hybrid organization, for about 45 years, since the first military campaign in Lebanon, run by a terror organization that now become a hybrid organization, Hezbollah. It was at the beginning Palestinian organization, now Hezbollah in Gaza Strip, it's the Hamas organization. More than 66% of the time, we have prisoners captured by this organization, either civilians or KIA, killed in action, bodies of soldiers, or alive soldiers. More than 66% of the time, more than 35 years of this time of 45 years. So it's not a random threat. It's not something that occurs once in a while. It's a solid part, solid component of the battle between us and this enemy's organization, which is a constant, which is a part of their strategy against Israel. The logic was instrumental, release of prisoners, but it's not anymore only instrumental. It's a tool or a component in a battle to fatigue Israel, to embarrass the public of Israel, to demonstrate that the government of Israel is not capable enough to solve the problem. Between military campaign, this is what they can do to dismantle the strength of Israel. They don't have submarine. They don't have chopper with special forces that can penetrate into the enemy line. They have this. They have this battle over ideas, over values, and they're using this theater, as Brian Jenkins established this word and this concept many years ago. They're using this theater as a tool in the battle between Israel and their strategy. Now, except one case, all the Israeli POW, KIA, civilian that held by this enemy organization repatriated to Israel by an agreement with a terror organization. It was done by a third party, not a direct negotiation. It was done by a negotiation and an agreement that cost Israel the release of thousands of prisoners, of thousands of detainees, hundreds of security prisoners, hundreds of bodies of the enemy combatant. It means that Israel did not develop an alternative strategy except bargaining with the terror organization. Not a military strategy or solution, not other solution. During this time, if we analyze the phenomena, the time of the event came to few years. The average now is about few years that the terror organization holding our people. The price, the average price per one hostages or one KIA or one live captures is hundreds of detainees. The decision when it will be end, when will be the bargain, when will be the deal between Israel is done only by the enemy. When they decide, for example, in 2004, when we did an agreement with Hezbollah about the repatriation of 3 of our soldiers and 1 civilian who captured by Hezbollah, it was done because the American invade to Iraq. The Hezbollah analyzed the situation in the region and understood that they cannot maneuver military-wise in the area, so they're going to stop their activity, and they need to have other tools for success, for achievement. So they went for bargaining and they went for an agreement. They decided when, they decided what will be the price. They gained the power in this asymmetric warfare because their prisoners in our line are protected by international law, international standard, our legal system, our values, they are protected. So coming to all of that, my conclusion is that Israel needs to adapt and improve its strategy and its concept of operation in this specific issue. But analyze the situation more widely, we see now that even countries as Iran, using the same philosophy, same ideology, same logic, to gain some power towards other countries, mainly United States and Britain. And in this aspect, Brian Jenkins developed a lot of time and effort, research and analyzing the phenomena. So, Brian, my first question to you is there a trend in this phenomena? Or Iran, once in a while, when there is a I would say, chip on the table, some foreign civilian who visit Iran, they're taking advantage of using it. Or is this really a phenomena with trend, with logic, with strategy and goals?
All right. Am I on here by the way? Okay, good. Look, the practice of holding hostages as a means of coercive diplomacy it goes back millennia, and it has always been a component of Persian statecraft. But fast forwarding to the more recent experience is that, of course, we went through the experience in the United States as terrorism increased in the late 1960s and the 1970s. Our first experience was with terrorists kidnapping American officials, American citizens, and making demands. And in fact, our ambassador, the beginning was our ambassador in Brazil, who was kidnapped in 1969, and in return for his release, the urban guerrilla organization demanded and got the release of 15 of their comrades who were held in Brazilian jails. The phenomenon, however, of wrongful detentions by states it has been a slowly growing phenomenon over the last several decades. It was recognized internationally as a problem as early as the 1990s, when in fact the United Nations created a working group on arbitrary detentions. And in fact, they do not issue statistics, but if you go through their recent, say the last 20 years, the number of times they have issued opinions, and the opinion really means that the detaining state is arbitrarily detaining an individual. And if you count all of those cases by nationality, Iran gets first place. So they are the leader of a small number of nations that we can call serial detainers. The real pivot point historically was the Iran hostage crisis, which began in 1979 and went through 1980 with the hostages ultimately being released in early 1981. That was carried out not by the government, but by a group of militants, but the resolution of the episode was prevented by the turbulent situation in Tehran and was exploited by the Ayatollah Khomeini to rally the people and consolidate his position in power. What is interesting about that is the last hostage from that episode came out in late 1981. It was one that was still held back. And in 1982, we saw the beginning of a kidnapping phenomenon in Lebanon, kidnapping Western hostages, by the group which ultimately became Hezbollah. They weren't initially Hezbollah. And that group was created by, supported by, and influenced by Iran. So Iran was basically through a Hezbollah proxy, a Lebanese proxy, using this, and there's no question that Iran held the keys on this. We were able to gain the release of some of the hostages with an unfortunate secret deal to trade arms. We did this with the help of Israel to Iran in return for the release of some of the hostages. Now, I have to tell you, in the interest of full disclosure, Lior and I have been working on a project and putting together a network of people, some of them who are still around, who were actually involved in the negotiations on that episode. And the question we are asking is, what lessons did we learn? But more importantly, what lessons did Iran learn? And one of the things they learned is that by holding hostages, they could create a political crisis in the nation of the country whose citizens they were holding. Many credit Jimmy Carter, the president at the time. His failure to win re-election was blamed on the inability of his administration to either rescue or negotiate the release of the hostages in Tehran. They also learned that they can deepen domestic political divisions and ultimately affect our politics in the country by manipulating this episode. And I think those were takeaways. They also learned during the hostage crisis in the kidnappings in Lebanon, we would go to extraordinary lengths to get our people back. Now, what we see now is they're utilizing those lessons and using this as a form of coercive diplomacy. And continuing is the operational term, because you said, are these random people they pick up? Some of them may be random people they pick up, some of them may be targeted, but it's interesting to look at the history of their wrongful detentions of Americans and British in particular. And the fact is, as they release some, they take others. So it's like a bank account that you keep on topping off when you make a withdrawal. And the fact is that for the United States, since 2008, there has never been a moment when an American national was not being detained by Iran. The British go back to 2010, 2011. And if you chart this, you see some come out, some go back in, but you never get to zero in the account. And that indicates that this is not a random event. This is not opportunistic, that this is a systematic strategy of coercion. It's cheap for them, and it ultimately, it creates crises for us, and ultimately results in substantial concessions and payoffs to them. So, makes complete sense.
Brian, I will maybe claim something about Hamas and Israel regarding this phenomena, and if you choose to translate and change the word Hamas by Iran, it's your prerogative, but your responsibility. I will speak about Hamas. Maybe there are some, you know, Hamas, I've learned from dealing with it, first of all, lesson learned, when they're hearing that we are coming to negotiate, their state of mind is that we have no other option. The fundamental approach is if you can harm us, create any kind of military leverage, any kind of other leverage, you will use it. If you are coming to negotiate, it means that you have no alternative, you are weak, and we have no incentive to any kind of concession or any kind of flexibility. Because if you came all over, it means that you have no alternative. You will accept our demands, that for start. And it needs a way of thinking to dismantle this way of, this perception of the enemy. Secondly, think about Hamas. Hamas doesn't pay any price because they are holding our hostages for years. No, they are not paying a military price because Israel's strategic consideration regarding Gaza Strip is preferring a stability. They're not paying any personal price in security because there isn't such an element currently between Israel and Hamas. Any public price, because they are conducting a secret negotiation, the public doesn't really know about the status of situation of this negotiation. They're not paying any price in terms of their legitimacy in the region. On the contrary, they are now a player. Countries come to them, Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, discussing issue, speaking with them as a political figures about these humanitarian issues. So they even gain some advantages thanks to this. And they're not paying any other prices in legal terms and others. So what do you think about Iran? I understand the logic of Iran to hold this, I will say, human shield as a constant measures in their relationship with the Western side of the world. But how come they're not paying any price in terms of policy? Don't discuss, of course, any concrete case because things are very sensitive, as you well know.
Yeah, no, I have a personal policy that I won't discuss cases where hostages are still being held, because on the basis of my personal involvement in past cases, we have learned that even the most innocent remarks made that may be reported or conveyed can sometimes complicate situations. I also want to add another caveat, is that we were expecting, and owing to logistics, he couldn't join us, Stephen Miller from the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs to be here. I am not speaking on behalf of the State Department or the U.S. government, so all of my opinions are my own. So don't misunderstand.
No, for us, all Americans are one. You are American. This is the government.
No. In terms of Iran, the question is, can we impose a price? The United States has tried that at various times. We do have sanctions on Iran to begin with, and that's one of the problems that we have in general in dealing with these serial detaining countries that I mentioned. That is, If you look at the serial detainers, Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, Venezuela, and so on, for other reasons, these are already countries that in many cases have been identified as state sponsors, or for other reasons we have sanctions on them already. So we don't have a lot of what they used to call during the Cold War escalation headroom. I mean, we are trying to squeeze them already. Second, as we learned in the Iran hostage crisis, our efforts to create more difficulties for them, and including affecting their economy, gave the administration in Iran, and this is a common problem, an excuse that its own failure of performance in the economic environment can be blamed on the American sanctions. So in a sense, they use our efforts to gain leverage over them as a way to consolidate their domestic power. The third element that we have to keep in mind is, while arbitrary detentions are, in a sense, a violation of human rights, a violation of international law, at the same time, these countries, and if we look at these countries, are serial offenders in violating the human rights of their own citizens. So this is not an issue that they can necessarily be pressured on. We probably, in some cases, can, with certain kinds of threats, create a deterrent. That is, during the Iran hostage crisis, it was made clear to the Iranians that if they brought the American diplomats to trial, which they were threatening to do, to put them on trial as enemies of the Islamic State, or if they harmed those hostages, that we would take action. And the rhetoric that they were using at the time, that we're going to put them on trial, they will be executed, they dropped that rhetoric. So however, that's a deterrent. The pressure as a compellent measure to compel them to release doesn't work as well. It remains, unfortunately, a seller's market, if you will. That is, they have the hostages. They're not in any hurry to make a deal. They will pick they'll pick the time and set the price and impose that on us. The one way that pressure could be increased is with greater international cooperation. And in fact, the Canadians have launched a diplomatic initiative, a convention condemning wrongful detentions. And it now, I think, is somewhere around 70 countries have become signatories. If this then triggers, let's say, withdrawal of diplomatic personnel or other factors, it could work. And the model for this is, you may recall that during the 1960s, early 70s, we were dealing with a lot of hijackings. Governments were getting fed up with this and were making it clear, not to the terrorist, but to any country that would allow a hijacked plane to land, the requirement was prosecute or extradite. And ultimately, that was a factor in reducing the cooperation of states with terrorist hijackers.
I will challenge you, Brian, only in the last few minutes. By the way, this logic was one of the logic fighting piracy decades ago, when there will be no safe harbor for any piracy. But you know, many years ago, when we start analyzing and researching the phenomena of global jihad, we understand that this is also a global network of ideas and also an operational network. And then Professor Gano founded the terms that it takes a network to fight a network. And it was a powerful concept to establish kind of a network of capabilities, of international capabilities. Do you think that these 70 countries that joined this Treaty of Canadian, understanding that unlawful detention by countries is something that need to be combated international-wise, will be join us, Israel, in our issue, which is not against a country, but within a terror organization or hybrid organization? Can we not only connect the dot of countries, but also connect the dot of issues? Can we spread this issue of countries and terror organization to the same humanitarian aspects of any kind of unlawful detention of any prisoners, of any soldiers, by any entity?
Here there has been some progress because there already is an international convention against terrorist hostage taking. I think it's the New York Convention is the title of it, and basically it is an extension. Interestingly enough, it's an extension of one of the laws of war, one of the rules of war, which is makes it a war crime to hold and harm hostages. That's civilian hostages. That's illegal in warfare, and this extends it to the civilian domain. What we have found is while it is very, very difficult to mobilize the entire world they will condemn, but to impose meaningful punishment on the countries that are doing this. And again, I want to underline, these are countries that would be referred to as states that operate outside the norms of international rules. An Israeli scholar, Yeheshkol Dror, would call them crazy states. They don't operate, and there's a handful of them. The point of, I think, the Canadian initiative is twofold. One, to facilitate the cooperation that already exists among like-minded nations to assist each other in obtaining the release of hostages. And there is a great deal of cooperation in that. The second objective I think that it can serve is that while it may not affect Iranian behavior or North Korean behavior, it can, in a sense, prevent this type of coercive diplomacy by seizing hostages by states from being normalized into a broader international practice.
Brian, thank you for that. I'm just telling you that as an old combat horse, I fear no enemy, but I certainly fear the management of ICT that's showing me that we done our time. I'm telling you that from my perspective, it's a very important issue because that combating terrorism is not only combating the capability of terror, which now the world doing tremendously and brilliantly. It's also combating the value of terror. And against the value of terror that we share that, we respect that, I think that we, as the Western side or the free part of the world or the democratic country, will stand, will possess, will put a very strong value. We admire life, we share life, and we protect life. And we protect not only the life of our representative, but also for the innocent that you took hostages. We share life. And I think this is a strong value that can compete and combat the strong value of terror, about death and about destroying. So in that aspect, I think we're dealing with a very important issue. I thank you very much for all your experience, all your deed, and all your inspiration for all of us for many years. And thank Boaz, Professor Ganor, and the ICT, and Rachman University for this opportunity to discuss us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lior and Brian, for a great discussion. Your Churchillian self, Lior. Churchillian self. Brian, usual touch of class. And I really enjoyed your example here that basically that the Iranian bank never has an overdraft when it comes to hostages. Okay, that's something to take into consideration. We should actually, that's an economic factor in a sense. Okay, so now our next speaker is Mr. Yigal Unna. Mr. Yigal Unna is a significant figure in Israel's cybersecurity landscape, having served as the Director General of the Israel National Cyber Directorate, reporting directly to the Prime Minister. Prior to this role, he was the founding Chief Executive Director of the Technology Cyber Unit in the National Cyber Bureau. Mr. Unna also brings extensive experience with the Shabak, ultimately serving as the head of the Cyber and Signet Operations Division with a rank equivalent to a Major General. Lastly, Mr. Unna is currently a fellow at ICT at Reichman University. I fondly remember the field trip that we took to your headquarters with ICT, how hospitable you were, and what a genius we found you to be. The floor is yours.
Thank you. The brave that hang on until now. So, good afternoon. And the most important title is the last one that you mentioned, a fellow member in the ICT in Reichman University, now as a private citizen. You look at a survival of 4 years as a CISO, a Chief Information Security Officer of the State of Israel, and it's not something that comes easy, and we'll talk about it. So, when I was walking down the aisle over here at the Chase Auditorium, there's a nice stand with all the flags of countries participating, and maybe more. And I look at them, and in fact, almost all of them, I recognized countries that suffered from cyber attacks even recently. So, short intro to what we're going to talk about. Well, Montenegro. They attribute to Russia. Russia, surprisingly, is denying. They don't know what this cyber is all about. But they suffer. It's a small country in the Balkans, and they're mostly, until now, crippled with the cyber attacks. Not far away, I think they have, in fact, a common border. Albania. Albania is a NATO member. And last year, July last year, they suffered a massive cyber attack attributed to Iran. Yes, we discovered that Iran is harassing not just Israel, but also other Muslim countries, surprising. And the big issue here is, this is the first time, if you don't know, familiar with, that diplomatic relations were cut off because of cyber attack. And closing embassies immediately in Tehran and in Tirana, attributing directly to Iran in this case. And as a NATO member, calling to invoke Article 5 of NATO Pact, which is a big issue, significant issue, because once it's invoked, well, all the other countries, US, UK, Germany, you know, all the big fellows, should come over and help. That's one of the reasons that Ukraine wanted to join NATO. Maybe still, I don't know. So, Albania. Another flag, Poland. They suffer massive DDoS, denial of service attacks, that crippled down. And remember, Poland became one of the, I think, the top 10 economies of the world. And they're hit. I was in Warsaw 2 months ago in a big cyber event, and they feel the heat, also the cyber heat coming from south, from Ukrainian frontier. Going to India last December, a big event. By the way, they have many, many events that don't come to the press, not there and not in the West, but it's a kind of a test bed or playground for Chinese, that's what they say, Chinese attacks. Probably not official Chinese groups, but like in the Russian case and like the Iranian case, we see more and more phenomena of state-sponsored, literally, of cyber groups that do daily cybercrime business. not engaged with the government or anything like that, but oriented to Iran, Russia, China, whoever. And they developed a business model that the countries, the states, come into them and say, okay, hit those targets for impact, and we'll discuss what are the targets that are most impactful. Whatever money you can get, it's yours, but make sure that you achieve the KPI, the indexes, the results that the country wants from you. And it works also in the Israel case. So this is India. And as we speak about influence campaigns, and that brings us more and more to terror. Well, we see the classic example is, in fact, a positive for the Israeli eyes, of course, example, but very distinguished, something that we need to learn from. This is the Evin prison in Iran, in Tehran. Notorious prison that holds all the political prisoners, journalists, etc., not a democracy or democratic regime. And suddenly, 2 years ago, you see in the control room, all the screens turn into slogans. Somebody hacked into the system, and instead of seeing what's going on in the prison, you see there Iran for Iranians, or stop the atrocities, etc. Immediately followed by this, by a leakage, massive leakage of videos showing the atrocities, probably collected months earlier, of what's going on in the prison, out there in the internet. Well, that brought an impact. So whoever did that, if to quote the slogans, the Iranian opposition, didn't look for money, didn't look for intelligence, nothing classified there, didn't look to cause damage because they didn't cause any damage, no infliction of damage. So only hacking for other reasons, influence reasons. And in this case, it helped. It was successful because the regime needed to react, needed to apologize, needed to promise reforms. I'm not sure if they've done, probably I wouldn't lose any sleep hours over that. But we see, 2 years ago, it was one of the triggers of the riots and instability in Iran, because people there, they don't like to see in their eyes, suddenly, the proof of what they heard or suspected or, assumed. Unfortunately, this is the only positive case I can show you. We suffer for more and more a tsunami of cyber attacks. We have other attacks as well, but no cyber. These are the cyber attacks. For example, the North Macedonian voting elections seized or halted for many, many hours, holding a shadow over all the process, rigging it or something like that, because of cyber attack. In Ecuador, a couple of months ago, voters, they allow outside expatriates, Ecuadorian expatriates to vote. They couldn't because of glitches or cyber attack that prevent them from doing that. And looking at the headline, hit by earthquake and cyber attacks. Well, earthquake is nothing to do with people. Cyber attack is certainly not a natural phenomenon. So we see more and more the most critical infrastructure that I mean open, liberal, democratic societies need to defend is democracy. But the problem, and I was responsible for 4 years, even more, but as Director General, to protect Israel critical infrastructure. By the way, zero, meaning 100% success, zero attacks succeeded over, and believe me, there are not daily, hourly attempts over that. But it's much easier to define exactly where is the electricity generated, or where the water comes from, or where the money in the central bank should be secured. You set a perimeter, you can defend it. How you can exactly defend democracy? Where are the machines of democracy? And I hold a personal Guinness Book of Records of securing 4 elections in 2 years, unfortunately, in Israel. The 5th one, I was already happy in ICT fellowship. But before that, we needed to adjust every time. And what Israel experienced, I assure you, all election campaigns around the world are suffering or bound to suffer from the same and growing attacks. And this is the story of the current cyber pandemic. Unlike the COVID that, knock on wood, seems to pretty much go away, well, this pandemic is here to stay or even to grow worse. And we see the intentions of the attackers to undermine people's trust in political democratic systems, in financial systems, which they're all based on psychology, let's admit. There's nothing there but 0 and 1s in big machines, IT, computers, that we attribute economic importance to it. It's all in our minds. Governance, healthcare, everything is bound to being undermined. And we are much more vulnerable because we are more digitalized and getting more digitalized. I work today for many governments around the globe, third world countries, as we say, that get the boost, get the big jump to become members of the digital world. And it's a great thing, but it comes with a lot of dangers. And second, we are more dependent on public opinion than the other side. Other side is not just, terror groups. It can be rogue countries. You can mention North Korea, Iran, and some others. And even individuals, and of course, superpowers. I can name 2. In fact, I've done that. So this is the world that we're living. And above all, we see that the still ongoing conflict in Europe, Russia, Ukraine. We talk a lot, and rightfully, about the atrocities and the horrible things that happened there. But there's also a cybernetic side. This is the hybrid war era. And when we say cybernetic, yes, also with influence campaigns. And this is, unfortunately, the starting point of any future conflict. May it be Taiwan, China, may it be Israel, Iran, probably Israel something. But everybody in the world, in the hacking world, is looking at it and saying, okay, it's done, so it's okay. Let's, like in poker, raise the stakes, raise the wagers. If we take a look at the financial aspect and what is the fuel that goes into this economy or this industry, it's enormous fundings. It's in trillions of dollars. You see different estimations, they all show the same numbers more or less and the same tendency. And if we take a look at the global rise of costs, inflations, well, companies are still reporting the same level of margins and markups. They are not getting more greedy or less greedy. So where all this inflation comes from? Partly, growing part, as more and more researchers show, and it's hard to get it because corporates are reluctant to report about their shameful cyber attacks, comes from that, because somebody needs to pay these amounts of crypto, trillions of dollars, and at the end, it's us, the customers. So from all kinds of directions, and bear in mind that the biggest problem is still there. Well, look, people are killing each other for billions of years. That's our nature, unfortunately. But we're used to a symmetry or to equation that a simple weapon, sword and arrow, can cause a minor damage. If you want to cause huge damage like that, well, you need to hold sophisticated weapons. You need physicists, you need chemists, engineers, and as you know, Israel is working very hard to keep that only very few countries will hold these capabilities. But those countries are more restrained. They have, some playing rules. The problem is when the cyber arrives. Because the cyber, I don't have a keyboard here, but imagine, all that you need for cyber weapon is on a keyboard and a computer. Numbers, symbols, letters, a processor, internet connectivity, and knowledge. Knowledge, you don't need to be NSA because everything is leaked. So you can also learn. Many kids, one of mine, are studying it by themselves. Curiosity, nice, hobby. but you can find horrible things there and become a great hacker by yourself. The problem is this simplest weapon can cause 10 times more than Hiroshima. They can melt down nuclear power plant. They can drop airplanes from the sky. And we are not used yet for this asymmetry. We, governments, international organizations, UN, everybody. And how did they get that? Well, they're hit by cyber weapons. Remember Stuxnet hit Iran 13 years ago, crippled their centrifuges enriching uranium for a year or two. They recovered, took the code, reversed it, and began to shoot Siemens controllers all around the world, including Israel. Secondly, it leaks massively because of righteous people, because of money, because of everything. And it's too easy to get all the NSA arsenal over a small SD card with enough room for some TV Netflix series. Also, that's easy. So why not for terrorists to try that? So we see a new world of David and Goliath, but we are the Goliath. Lazy, heavy, still looking for tanks and old methods, while the Davids are malicious Davids. And they don't need all that. Hamas, Hezbollah, they don't need any F-35 or submarines because they have this in their hands. Well, Israel is the most targeted, cyber-targeted countries in the world. That's not a secret. We have many, many numbers and angles that showing that. And to add, I can elaborate more of how Israel is trying or handling the cyber terror. Well, basically, you can see some of the examples. Yes, beside all of the traditional, professional, I'm a cyber guy, but we never forget that behind the cyber thing, it's not a technology, it's not computers. They're using technology and computers, but it's people. And those people, since Shomer Chomot, since the Gaza operation 2 years ago, it's out there. It began even earlier, but it's out there that they are a legitimate, also legally, with the international law. They are legitimate targets for military targets. So, yes, we took down the head of the cyber Hamas, and we took down some of the hackers, and it sends a clear message. And I point it here because we need to understand in this world, yes, it's not two different parallel universes. It's the same arena. It's a hybrid war era that we need to fight it with all the tools that we have, all the ideas that we have, methodology that we have, and with all the enthusiasm, and not to separate it, because if we don't stop them now, we're gonna suffer much, much more later. Thank you very much.
We have two great addresses which are going to wind up this conference, and then Professor Ganor is going to say goodbye to you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But these two addresses are quite exciting, actually, from two exciting, very people. And so the first person is Brian Jenkins, who I always call a touch of class. Just a great guy. Without you, there's no executive education around here. Without you, the conference would never be the same. And I feel nostalgic with you because my summer camp, Camp Ramah, okay, is literally across the street from your house in Ojai, California. Okay, that's where I learned my Zionist values. At that camp, they used to bring Israeli representatives over who used to have paratrooper wings. I used to be jealous. I wanted some myself. Okay, but that's across the street from you, Brian. So Brian is senior advisor to the president of RAND Corporation and the author of numerous books, reports, articles on terrorism-related topics. He formerly served as a chair of political science department at the RAND Corporation. He commissioned in the infantry. Jenkins became a paratrooper and a captain in the Green Berets. So he knows the ropes. He is a decorated combat veteran, having served in the 7th Special Force Group in the Dominican Republic and with the 5th Special Force Group in Vietnam. He returned to Vietnam as a member of the Long Range Planning Task Group and received the Department of the Army's highest award for his service. In 1996, President Clinton appointed Jenkins to the White House Commission on Aviation Safety and Security. From 1999 to 2000, he served as the advisor to the National Commission on Terrorism. And so, my good friend, the floor is yours. You are an officer and a gentleman, and you always look the part. And what can I tell you? The floor is yours. And I'm glad you're one of the guys winding up here because you're an exciting guy. Okay.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Fellow colleagues, comrades in arms in counterterrorism, if I can use that term, dear friends, as the study of contemporary terrorism continues into its second half-century, I want to share with you some personal thoughts about the challenges that I think oblige us to reconceptualize how we view terrorism and therefore how we think about counterterrorism strategies. The many years of experience and research that are represented in this audience and the attendees at this conference, I think offer valuable perspective and insight into the issue of terrorism, but sometimes the coils of history can constrict our thinking. And as the threat evolves, we need to continuously reflect, review our assessments, and recalibrate our response. As many of you know, and I have worked in this field for more than 50 years. I tell people, give me another 50, I'll have it all sorted out. I was commissioned in the Army 10 years before that. During this time, I have witnessed firsthand the ebbs and flows of political violence and armed conflict, and I am convinced that we are presently navigating some different currents. I don't need to remind this audience that the threat continues. More than 30 Israelis have been killed this year in terrorist attacks. You know, sometimes we become so accustomed to carnage that we lose our perspective. We say 30, it's a small number. You know, if that were scaled up proportionately to the United States, where the population is 35 times that of Israel's, that would be more than 1,000 deaths. I mean, the alarm and anger are understandable. But the face of terrorism itself is changing. For the past 25 years, the threat posed by the jihadist terrorists has dominated much of the world's attention. The jihadists are still there, but currently, at the moment at least, they are scattered. They're under continuing pressure, although jihadist fronts continue to operate in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, and indeed the most recent arrest of a homegrown jihadist allegedly planning attacks in the United States was just last month. So this continues. But beyond the jihadist threat, I think we confront a growing threat from a number of factors, including the violent edge of a broader social and political conflict. The fact is that democracies worldwide are on the defensive. The boundaries of terrorism are blurring. We see, in addition to terrorist organizations, we see what might be called untethered terrorists, actors motivated as much by their personal problems as by ideology, competing with each other for body counts and status. There actually is a point system on the internet on this. These are mass murders with live streaming cameras. In my country, mass shootings are at an all-time high. Some people assert that all mass shootings should be considered acts of terrorism, regardless of whether the motives are personal or political. Ordinary people today seem to be on edge, quick to violence, a trend that preceded but certainly was exacerbated by the pandemic. Below the threshold of terrorism and ordinary crime, we are seeing a phenomenon, a growing phenomenon of random social aggression, acts of violence that have no nexus to political ideologies or to traditional crime, but that simply fall in the realm of generalized thuggish behavior. At the other end of the spectrum, some organizations that originated decades ago as small groups have survived to become proto-states and along the way have acquired or have been equipped with by others vast arsenals of rockets and advanced missiles, and more recently, drones, the effectiveness of which is being demonstrated in the war in Ukraine. The acquisitions of these trappings of statehood, however, have not been accompanied by any adherence to the traditional norms of state behavior. Hezbollah here is the prime example of that. Attitudes toward terrorism and counterterrorism are changing right now. In Europe and in the United States, terrorism has been eclipsed by great power competition. This makes it difficult to sustain vital counterterrorism intelligence efforts, operational capabilities, and supporting research programs. A return to Cold War cleavages, which we are seeing, will complicate international cooperation against terrorism. Many would argue that the post-9/11 campaign to degrade the operational capabilities of the group responsible to prevent further large-scale terrorist attacks and to contain homegrown jihadists have been, to a measure, indeed to a large measure, successful. And yet the war in Afghanistan ended in catastrophe, and actions in Syria, Libya, and Iraq have not fared much better. A revisionist history is being advanced. It portrays counterterrorism as a malevolent campaign that was created to target ethnic and religious minorities. Now look, if we are honest, we can identify prejudices, we can identify strategic errors, we can identify avoidable excesses, and in my view, some egregious abuses of authority. But these remind us that alarm and overreaction can corrode sometimes our commitment to the fundamental values which are a key part of our arsenal. But let me be clear, counterterrorism was not an evil enterprise. Unfortunately, the lesson some may learn is that counterterrorism should be avoided altogether. It's politically dangerous. It's dangerous to institutional survival. It's dangerous to individual careers. That takeaway itself would be dangerous. Old debates have reemerged. We face a new generation of people who would justify terrorist violence because it has noble objectives, arguing that the end justifies the means. We've been here before. The achievement, in fact, of the last quarter of the 20th century was to obtain a degree of consensus that terrorism was defined by the quality of the act, not the identity of the perpetrator or the nature of the cause. The principle, which was the foundation for international cooperation against terrorists, is again under challenge. Some suggest that terrorist violence is both ethical and responsible if it, for example, targets nations or corporations seen to be contributing to climate change that imperils humanity. Given some of the nightmare scenarios of global warming, the concept of omnicide. Genocide is killing a certain group of people. Omnicide is killing everybody. That omnicide, that is an effort, an appropriate ethical effort to prevent widespread suffering by deliberate self-extinction of human life on Earth, and that would be a humane course of action. Think of a global Masada. State terror and state-sponsored terrorism are certainly not new, they're still around, but the increasing role played by unacknowledged military formations, sponsored militias, mercenaries, and proxies takes armed conflict into a gray area where responsibility is harder to prove and rules are harder to enforce. This facilitates terrorist tactics. Iran's IRGC, a host of militia formations in Iraq and Syria, Russia's Little Green Men, the Wagner Group, and other private armies are examples. How to respond to these groups and their tactics is a growing challenge. Genocidal plots cannot be excluded. While thus far the world has avoided nuclear terrorism, the COVID pandemic reminds us that advances in science and technology could lead to the creation of dangerous, contagious pathogens that even target specific races or ethnic groups. Now, some on the internet are already promoting the conspiracy theory that the COVID virus itself was designed to kill whites or designed to kill blacks while sparing Jews and sparing Asians. To suggest that Jews and Asians are somehow the beneficiary of plague really fuels the more dangerous theory that Jews and Asians are the authors of this pandemic. Jews are in trouble anyway. They are seen by some of the right-wing white nationalists as being part of a plot to exterminate the white race. Now, we all know that terrorism can be a contentious topic, and I am aware that some of the things that I'm about to say may be controversial. But in my view, the most serious national security threat does not derive from terrorism in its traditional form. We can deal with the bombers, but it comes from the deep social and political divisions seen in both Israel and in the United States. The parallels between the two countries are extraordinary. Mutual respect in political discourse has been replaced by intimidation, by the demonization of political opponents, and by increasingly bellicose rhetoric. The terms treason and tyranny appear frequently. The political winds carry a whiff of violence. Many Israelis and Americans, indeed according to the latest polls, a majority in both countries, worry that our countries are headed for civil war. If not civil war, then escalating turmoil with the real prospect of political violence. Now, addressing that situation is more difficult when the enemy is us. These domestic divisions pose a more insidious threat that perhaps cannot and probably should not be addressed through the narrower lens of traditional counterterrorism. Indeed, given the circumstances, in some cases, even the use of the term terrorism may be so emotive that it will exacerbate the situation and be counterproductive. In fact, today's domestic political extremists seem less likely to resort to the traditional terrorist tactics in any systematic manner. There's no need. They have larger constituencies, they have access to sympathetic media, and they can even count on a measure of political support. At the same time, we have to recognize the limits of what counterterrorism can achieve. Counterterrorism cannot end prejudice. It can't strip mine bigotry from society. It can't end hatred. Counterterrorism cannot resolve religious differences. These are deeply embedded in society and must be addressed by the nation as a whole. Counterterrorism can establish the guardrails to enforce the law. It is not a solution to any nation's deeper problems. The fundamental challenge we faced in the 1970s and that we continue to face today is how to protect our societies against violence caused by the diffusion of destructive power to extremist states and extremist groups, as well as to individuals whose grievances, real or imagined, cannot always be satisfied. When that threat includes our own fellow citizens, the challenge is even greater. I saw that the motto of Reichman University is freedom and responsibility. These words apply equally to the field of counterterrorism. And the question is how? How, as democracies dedicated to being free and tolerant societies, we can deal with the fanatics, the irreconcilables, the would-be tyrants, and remain democracies is our continuing challenge. Thank you very much.
Spoken eloquently. in the usual Brian Jenkins aristocratic mode. Really, words of wisdom, Brian. A great way to have one of the final speeches of this conference. It's now my pleasure to introduce Natalia Gherman. And Natalia Gherman is the Assistant Secretary General and Executive Director of UNCTED. With 30 years of experience in senior leadership roles, she specializes in regional and global security affairs, peace building, and rule of law. Previously, she held other key UN positions and held governmental positions in Moldova, including Minister of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Prime Minister, and Acting Prime Minister. She has also served as Moldova's ambassador to Austria and the Nordic region. Ms. Gherman did her MA in War Studies at King's College and is a polyglot. And actually, I have seen you at every single session during this counterterrorism conference. You have not been absent. So you're going to get a very high mark from Stevie Weinberg because he takes attendance, okay? And secondly, you are the second foreign minister who I've ever heard who came from Moldova, who attended this conference, because Lieberman has spoken here as well, okay? So we've got something in common. In fact, you told me some joke about the fact that you and Lieberman joked about that fact.
Born in the same country, and yet two foreign ministers representing now different countries.
Exactly, that's cool. Two born in Kishinev representing two different countries. Not Kishinev. Okay, not Kishinev. Okay, all right.
Thank you very much for the eloquent introduction, and what a pleasure and honor to provide the concluding keynote address for this great conference. And first of all, let me join the other speakers in paying tribute to the legacy of the late chairperson of the board of ICT, Mr. Shabtai Shavit, and offer condolences to his family and his community over here. And I express my sincere praise to ICT's remarkable team for convening such impressive speakers from all over the world. I'd like to commend Professor Reichman for guiding these efforts for so many years. And I also thank Professor Boaz Ganor for his continued efforts to strengthen ICT's outreach. I express sincere appreciation to Vice President for External Relations, Jonathan Davis, and his team for your ongoing engagement. Let me also applaud the appointment of Colonel Miri Eisen as Director of ICT. And during this conference, we have seen remarkable women contributors offering their insights and experiences. And we hope to see even more women panelists and participants in future editions of the ICT conference, acknowledging that women all over the world are still underrepresented in high-ranking positions in law enforcement and in particular in counterterrorism. And I sincerely wish Ms. Eisen great success in her new role. And it gives me, of course, great pleasure to mention that the cooperation between Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate of the UN Security Council, or CTED, which I am honored to lead, and ICT goes back 16 years. ICT has been an active member of our global research network, which includes over 100 research centers dedicated to counterterrorism across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, we marked the 22nd anniversary of the 9/11 terrorist attacks. At this conference, we honored the memory of the victims of the September 11 attacks and of all victims of terrorism worldwide. I also wish to pay tribute to the thousands of uniformed personnel and civilians who risked their lives to save those of others. There are many in this room, and I honor their courage. The aftermath of that attack gave rise to the inception of the current UN counter-terrorism framework, and in the days after the attack, the United Nations Security Council unanimously adopted Resolution 1373, requiring states to bring terrorist actors and financiers to justice. It also provides the foundation for the work of the Security Council on counterterrorism and has been pivotal for global counterterrorism effort ever since. Resolution 1373 also established the Counter-Terrorism Committee, composed of all 15 members of the Council, to monitor, promote, and facilitate member states' implementation of these provisions and that of subsequent resolutions. And since then, over 20 Security Council resolutions have required states to address terrorism through reinforcing legal frameworks and international cooperation in areas such as countering the financing of terrorism, border security and law enforcement, arms trafficking, countering violent extremism and terrorist narratives, countering the use of information and communication technologies for terrorist purposes, prosecution of foreign terrorist fighters, just to mention a few. 20 years on, the committee remains central to the counter-terrorism work of the Security Council, and since 2005, it has been supported by CTED. At CTED, we conduct expert assessments of member states to support the implementation of the relevant Security Council resolutions, facilitate the provision of technical assistance by the United Nations entities and other partners, and bring to the attention of the committee emerging trends and developments in terrorism. And the work is strengthened through our active partnership with the member states themselves, international and regional organizations, the private sector, civil society, and the Global Research Network. And in parallel to the work of the UN Security Council, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy first time back in 2006. And 3 months ago, all UN member states adopted already the 8th review of the strategy, demonstrating the enduring commitment of the members to fighting terrorism. Let me focus next on recent trends and developments in terrorism. In the last decade, we witnessed the rise of Daesh, the atrocious crimes it committed in Syria, Iraq, and across the world, and the subsequent loss of its territories. While the threat of Daesh, Al-Qaeda, and their affiliates has diminished, these groups have transformed. In my briefing to the Security Council on Daesh last month, I highlighted that affiliates of ISIL and Al-Qaeda are particularly active in armed conflict situations, where they exploit conflict-related fragilities. From Asia to Africa, through Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq, MENA region, and the Sahel, affiliates and splinter groups have become more decentralized and operate with local dynamics. And as such, they may be able to foment attacks outside of conflict zones again in the mid to long term. Daesh and Al-Qaeda continue to inspire lone actors and small cells that are challenging to detect, monitor, and counter. We also need to address the grave situation faced by women and children associated with foreign terrorist fighters in the camps in the northeast of the Syrian Arab Republic. Over 54,000 individuals remain in closed camps and detention facilities for their alleged links to Daesh, and they are exposed to radicalization. And in this regard, the United Nations Secretary General has encouraged the efforts of member states to repatriate their citizens. The terrorist threat has also diversified. Attacks on the basis of xenophobia, racism, and other forms of intolerance, or in the name of religion or belief, including anti-Semitism, is the fastest growing and sometimes the most prominent domestic security threat that some member states face. Further, as we witness the almost limitless potential of new technologies, we should remain attuned to the challenges they pose. Terrorist abuse of new technologies is increasing as they become cheaper and more readily available, such as unmanned aerial systems. Financial technology is yet another domain which risks being misused by malevolent actors. Terrorist use of the internet and social media has been proliferating. Online misinformation and hate speech are rampant. And artificial intelligence has the potential to accelerate these trends. In October 2022, during the committee's special meeting held in Delhi, the Council adopted a declaration on countering the use of new and emerging technologies for terrorist purposes. Presently, CETAT is supporting the development of a set of non-binding guiding principles for member states on countering the use of unmanned aerial systems, information communication technologies, and financial technology for terrorist purposes. And I do commend ICT for ensuring that these emerging trends were at the core of this year's Global Summit program. In closing, let us have a look ahead at the threats and our responses. As the global landscape continues to shift, transnational threats are converging. Terrorism is becoming more interlinked with challenges of our time, including climate, pandemics, and cybersecurity, creating overlapping complexities for member states. To address these profound changes, and in advance of the United Nations Summit of the Future, the Secretary General launched the new Agenda for Peace and called for the emergence of a new multilateralism, one which demands that we look beyond our narrow security interests and prioritize comprehensive approaches over securitized responses. And this means adopting a holistic approach to countering terrorism, starting with tackling the root causes of violence and embracing prevention efforts, but also striving for justice and accountability. For that, counterterrorism initiatives must be community-based and facilitate the meaningful participation of civil society. They should also be firmly anchored in the pursuit of political solutions to conflicts and sustainable development goals. And I would like to reiterate that counterterrorism measures must always be grounded in international law, be human rights compliant, victim-centered, as well as age and gender sensitive. And finally, on behalf of all of us, let me once again thank and commend our hosts for facilitating this very useful platform to learn from one another while forging and consolidating already existing partnerships. We do hope that this ICT conference will continue to expand and aspire to a world free of terrorism. I thank you.
Got a security check here to make sure that there's no explosives or anything. Some woke cancel culture thing, probably. Okay, anyway. So I am just going to say farewell to all of you. First of all, I want to tell you that you've been a great audience the whole conference. And a lot of you are still here. Some of you have to fly out. And that's great. I personally would like to wish each of you a happy new year. A year of health, happiness, safety, peace, prosperity. And without any further ado, I hand over to Boaz Ganor for his farewell remarks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, the conference actually comes to an end. And I think it was a fascinating conference. It's all thanks to you, the participants. We shared a lot of information about geopolitics, terrorism, counterterrorism. To mention a few, the responsibility of Iran to what we know today as state sponsorship of terrorism, the evolution of ISIS, the growing danger of far-right terrorism, individual attackers, cyber terrorism, and so on and so forth. We are living now in a very dangerous time. It's it's a transition time. It's a transition of a global system from a unipolar system into a multipolar system, competition between superpowers, and all of the above. Actually, we heard from Brian a summary that I can say quite gloomy about the situation. We cannot lay back and be satisfied with what we achieved until now. We have some dangerous clouds in the skies, and we need to take them under consideration. But the bright side is that none of you, which are all experts in counterterrorism, are going to be unemployed in the coming years. So that's for sure. This business of counterterrorism is still going to be in demand worldwide. We need new generations of experts, and that's what we are trying to do here at Reichman University, and also I know that few of you are doing that in your home countries, in your home institutions, and I would like to commend you for doing that, because an expert of counterterrorism, if I need to summarize the skills of this expert, is to be able to understand the rationale of the terrorists. Easier said than done. Because when I say understanding the rationale of a terrorist, I mean understanding the cost-benefit analysis of that person, the terrorist himself, of the organization, the group, the network, you name it. And unfortunately, there is no generic rationale of terrorists. I would argue that the rationale of ISIS is different than the rationale of Al-Qaeda, and the rationale of Al-Qaeda is different than the rationale of Hamas, and so on and so forth. And even more, the rationale of ISIS today is totally different than the rationale of ISIS 5 years ago, because it's evolving all the time. So nobody can actually lay back and say, I understand terrorism, I understand how terrorists works, because it changes all the time. Terrorists are on a learning curve, and counter-terrorist has to be on a learning curve all the time. That's what I tried to do in the last 43 years. Well, I do not compete with you, Brian, but I just counted after you said 50 years, how many years I'm in this business, starting from my military service as an intelligence officer at the Counterterrorism Analysis Department, 43 years. So I tried to understand this rationale. And I did that with many articles that I wrote and books and research, and also with establishing the Institute and all the activities that the Institute is doing. But I'm now moving. I'm moving on, and I'm finishing, at least for the time being, for the coming 5 years at least, this fascinating trip, fascinating voyage that I had in those 43 years. And I'm happy that the last tone of this specific activity of mine is in this conference, which I found, again, very fruitful, very productive, and very useful. And I'm handing the baton to my successor, Miri, who's sitting here, and she will be your host next year at the same time and the same place. But I cannot really conclude the conference without thanking few out of many people that have been involved in producing, this conference. I will name a few, but I thank everybody that was involved. Let me first of all mention Alexander Peck, Eduardo Levy. I'll tell you something, for the sake of the time, if you don't want to go to be late to your planes, let me read all the names, and then you will clap for everybody together. Ella Kandel, Gal Rappaport, Shiri Avtsuk, Guy Supri, Il Ginsburg, Lital Ben-Ari, Yael Kedar, Hadas Fadida, our logistic team and security team led by Avi Nissim and Giora, as well as the wonderful team of interns. I will mention few of them: Batia, Muriel, Mary, Filippo, Hans, Autumn, and Joelle. And I cannot conclude the gratitude that I have to those people without mentioning two pillars of that conference. One is my dear friend, Jonathan Davis. And Mr. Wonder, Stevie Weinberg. As my last word, let me tell you once again how much I miss Shabtai from that moment that we are here. Thank you.